the RPM 992. Row 2 of that category for the bright green and blue machine of Tracy Crone's colours. There it is from the outside. Michael Grenier will start the pole position car. Further back, the Asbes GT4 car, started by Carlos. And here's the 888 Seblajou Racing of Carlos Rivas. I wonder if we can stay on this shot. We've also got Jean-Mathieu Leandri starting the 920. That's the Chazelle Technologies machine. And I think just to double confirm that there isn't. Oh no, there is. So confusing. I think there is now 910. Sorry for going back and forth with it, but an entry list that doesn't have a car on it, and then a car turns up for the race. I'm not going to be able to tell you who's in the car, but we have Michael Grenier, works Mercedes driver. On the pole position, Pierre Caffer, long-time Audi Works driver alongside him. Works Porsche driver Joel Sturm in 3rd position. Tim Heinemann, Works Porsche driver alongside him. What a spectacular grid for the very first Michelin 12 hours of the Nürburgring. The first time Creventic have ever been here. And we are about to go racing on a beautiful day in the Eifel Mountains. A stunning grid of cars heading their way towards the line. The lights are out and away we go, and it's going to be a frenetic first couple of laps as all these pro drivers try and sort themselves out. It's 3 wide momentarily for 3rd position as Joel Sturm looks to the inside to maybe snatch 2nd. You need to be super careful into this turn. Jutta Racing I thought was going to go a bit hard, and actually a slow Pellin Ferrari by the looks of things, and actually really losing out there. Lisa Clark is aboard that car, and she is almost losing all ground to the 992 category cars as we look further into the pack of GT3s, and there's squabbling going on as drivers that perhaps have better pace in their qualifying positions try and make up some ground. Jake Hill being one of them in the Era Motorsport car into the inside of the Get Speed Stephen Jans.
He got that done by the first corner, actually. We then had a bit of a threat for that Stephen Jans on the way back through the Mercedes arena. That battle was going to continue between Jake Hills and Stephen Jans, but in Jake Hill's favour at the moment. I think he's got the job done down into the hairpin, as in kept it ahead of it. So 1 place up already for Era Motorsport. Michael Grenier in the Get Speed Team PCX Mercedes. It is leading from Pierre Caffer in the Santalok Junior Audi R8, right at the front. No particular change of order at the beginning of that, and Ligier through the field there. Joel Sturm it is that's in 2nd place, not Pierre Caffer, my correction. Joel Sturm in the Proton competition number 73 Porsche that's up into 2nd place. Pierre Caffer down into 3rd position on the opening lap of this. Just coming to the end of our very first lap of 6 hours to go, unbelievably, followed by a further 6 tomorrow.
Over the line for the first time then, Grenier leads Sturm, Caffer in 3rd, Tim Heinemann in 4th. Good start from Yannick Redan, who holds on to 5th position in his Mercedes. He'll have Jake Hill crawling all over the back of him. Then it's Stephen Jans. Alexander Prince holding off the attention of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. That's made a good start, hasn't it? Ahead of Dominic Yang, Oliver Campos, and then Peter Gwellings, the father. And Lisa Clark really has struggled on that first lap, hasn't she? The Pellin Ferrari down behind almost all of the 992 category cars. There's a couple of slow starting GT3s, including the Simpson Motorsport Audi. I think that had a problem in scrutineering. I saw it in the scrutineering bay quite late on into the evening. And they started at the tail of the GT3 field. And Jutta Racing also mixed up in the 992 category cars as well. Leading in 992 is Martin Rupp, holding off the attention of James Kellett right now, with Rick Breukers in 3rd position. Absolutely going to be a battle between those 3 in 992, certainly in this first stint. And Tim Heinemann, we look at what we're calling the naked Porsche crawling all over the back of Pierre Caffer for third position.
Yeah, not a strong first lap for Pierre Caffer. A little bit surprised. Maybe take a little bit of time to get that R8 LMS dialed in. Nobody knows one of those Audis better than Pierre Caffer, but he has dropped a place there.
Tim Heinemann looking strong on the back of Pierre Caffer here. Caffer knows it's a long race, and we saw in Paul Ricard, I think you were saying, Snowy, to me the other day, was just settling in and getting to the end of today is the main objective. Tomorrow is the real race. Staying on lead laps and things like that, making sure you don't give away too much track position. But ultimately, you don't want to spend too much time in the pits. Change the position at the back of shot there. Oh, no, not quite. Jake Hill looked like he was attacking Yannick Redound there, but Redound holding on at turn number 1 as we ride on board with the Era Motorsport Ferrari.
Yeah, it really is, to use a football analogy, of which I know nothing about, but it really is a game of two halves. It's a 12-hour race split into 2 6-hours with a part ferme rules overnight where the cars can't be touched. So you really do need to use this first part of the race to set the car up in position and team and strategy and drivers and everything ready for the real race tomorrow. That's where it's all going to count. It's not a 12 hours straight through. So there's a little bit different strategy and theory and philosophy to it. And we saw it at Paul Ricard, where exactly the same situation happened there, 2 6-hour races. The first part was really, I wouldn't say it was sedentary, but it was teams were clearly thinking about the 11th hour, if you like, the next day. So they don't worry too much about positions. Pierre Caffer's dropped one already, under threat at the moment from Tim Heinemann, is he not, in the up to race Porsche, which I think the up to race is one of our new teams this weekend. I think it is. I'm sure it is, with Tim Heinemann on board. Tim all over the back of Caffer. In fact, he's nearly had a little look down the inside there, Pierre Caffer. It's only a matter of time at the moment. Caffer didn't close the door on, but Tim Heinemann, two very, very experienced drivers there in Caffer and Heinemann. Tim knew that wasn't the chance to come through, but just came out of that one, just backed out a little bit, but he certainly showed the nose of that Porsche, that naked black Porsche, down the inside of Pierre Caffer to put the nose in there. Not ready yet, but I wouldn't think it'd be too long before he does that. Pierre Caffer has dropped 2 places, sorry, 1 place, but he won't want to drop 2, even though that's a strategy. The team will be talking to him and telling him it doesn't matter, or if it does matter, they will know. That's inside information for the team. We don't know just yet, but I should imagine they'll not worry too much. But cars starting to settle down now, so tyres are up to temperature, cars are up to temperature, drivers are up to temperature. It's all pretty important stuff to make them all work cohesively together.
As per process, start of the race is under investigation just to check everyone was in position, but it actually looked like a really, really disciplined start with everyone running through the lines, and indeed race control happy with it, so no penalties coming the way of any drivers. There's a couple of penalties from qualifying of various misdemeanors. The 102 is the Seat Cooper racer that got a penalty for ignoring flags in qualifying. It was a car that actually did an extra lap post-session and ignored the checkered flag. Also, a 30-second penalty already being handed out to the GTX car of KO Racing for a misdemeanor in practice, I think it is. So they've already got 30 seconds. Now, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about them, sadly, unfortunately, because they are on their own in GTX with no vortices this race. Vortex probably have won the championship because and that's a mistake for Martin Rupp. Oh, bouncing around again. We saw that happen in qualifying, and James Kellett takes advantage and gets himself to the head of the field, but that could have been a whole lot worse for Martin Rupp. And here comes Rick Breukers to look down to the inside, but there isn't going to be space there. Breukers is going to have to try again elsewhere, and Martin Rupp needs to settle himself down.
Well, yeah, because Kellett got advantage of that immediately as Breukers tried to do exactly the same right behind him, but Martin Rupp had to be very, very defensive to the Porsche immediately behind him, but that battle's not done yet. Breukers is done, and Rupp running a little bit wide again there, just taking a bit of Kirby's under pressure. You can, as you see, looking into the car there, a camera shot, fantastically looking in through the windscreen. You can see Martin Rupp literally looking in his mirrors, turning his head side to side, where that Porsche is right behind him.
Further ahead, little battle between Mercedes and Aston Martin. I'm not sure Rick Broekers is going to be close enough, but once again, you know, we saw this in qualifying with these 992s when they're not fully up to temperature and pressure, particularly, I imagine, the pressure on the tyres. And you can see laying a mark around turn number 2 there from the rear right tyre, almost laying down an 11. The car is so nervous, particularly under those bumps as you go over the hill at the Schumacher S's, and it was where he had an issue in qualifying, and I think it was where we picked up him having an issue in the race. And suddenly you see that we talk about this being an F1 circuit and being washboard and flat. There is some bumps there to catch you out.
Just to keep you in suspense, as it were. Just when you think you can relax and think it's a billiard board, it isn't.
Going down an early apex for Martin Rump at the Dunlop hairpin. It's compromised his exit as he goes up towards the Michael Schumacher corner. This is what happened last time. Snowy.
Yeah, just ran wide and just got over that grasscrete onto the gravel, just slowed him down a bit, and immediate opportunity.
Wide in the first part, pushing him wide, which means he's offline for the second part, which pushes him wide on the second part, but the second part has a gravel trap on the outside of it. So just asking too much of the car at that point. He's going to set up a redemption mode for the Estonian. Well, he's not quite close enough to the leading 992 car. It's James Kellett in the HRT Performance 928. Martin Rump and Rick Broekers, that's the three that are battling. Before there were two GT3 cars mixed up in the battle. We've got Miguel Garcia in the Simpson Motorsport Continental Racing Audi, and in the Jutta Racing is Lutz Obermann. Now, I would have thought Lutz Obermann should be carving his way through that 992 field, but both those two mixed up in the 992s. And then we do have Lisa Clark getting her drive time out the way in the Pellin Racing Ferrari. I imagine we won't see Lisa on Sunday, will we? They'll try and get all of her drive time, as you can do, and we'll speak a bit more in detail later on about how you what the regulations are on each individual partnership. But effectively, you can get rid of your AM driver, your slower driver, in the first part of this race. Then you can focus on the pro drivers, and as long as you're in a nice position, then you can then fight tomorrow. We saw that strategy being played out at Le Mans 24 Hours. Get the bronze driver out the way and then use your pro drivers to fight. Particularly at Le Mans works because of the safety car situation. We don't have safety cars here at Creventic. We will only ever neutralize the race using code 60s, and so ultimately the gaps always are maintained fairly, let's say.
Yeah, it's a good system, and it works well. Drivers are used to it and teams are used to it, but it can play into it. It certainly, at the last round at Ricard, it favoured the ultimate winners, Hoffa, and that wasn't a question of any favouritism. It just favoured them because they just read it right and played it right. But as I said yesterday, they'd fueled and tired that car, that Mercedes, at the end of the first 6-hour session on the Saturday, and taken that option. That was their strategy. So that placed them perfectly for Sunday, should there be anything like code 60s, and there were, and there was a quick succession of them, and that suddenly just played into their hands and took it away from the Get Speed team of Engel and Pack. Two Audis battling down the pit straight here, crisscrossing from side to side here. It's going to be down into the first turn. Who's it going to be? I think it's still going to be the car that started in that position at the front. That's the 69 entry, which I'm just trying to find on my sheet, which I now can't find at all. So Miguel Maria Garcia in the Continental Racing Bike Simpson, with the Jutta car right behind it, the 71. So 69 and 71 duking it out, these two Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2s.
And this possibly explains why they're not making their progress through the 992 category cars. They're far too busy fighting each other for 16th position here, and they really could just focus on getting through the traffic. Of course, they've got the three fastest 992s in front of them, but there should be, what, Snowy, about 4 or 5 seconds difference in ultimate pace between a 992 and a GT3?
Yeah, you've thought so, but the 992s are missile quick in a straight line. because they haven't got as much aero through the rest of it. So that's the difference. Oh, and a little mistake there. That's just separated the two Audis we were just talking about a few moments ago. That's popped the Juta Racing entry of Lutz Obermann in the 71 numbered car, just a little bit further back, coming out of the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit, run a little bit wide, as we saw with the Müller Motorsport car. Martin Rump a few laps ago gets two wheels just on the edge of the gravel, and a little twitch, had to back out of it and drop a little bit behind, which allows the Continental Racing Simpson car, Miguel Garcia, to get a little bit of a respite for a moment. I say a respite, it's a matter of a few seconds rather than the car having his mirrors full of similar Audi R8 right behind him.
Some drama out on circuit. Let's take a look at the replay as to what's been going on in a moment. Not quite ready yet. Been teed up, but continues to fight here for third position. Interesting that Tim Heinemann hasn't been able to clear Pierre Caffer. So Caffer initially without a car that has particular strength on lap number 1. And here we go, Snowy, what's going on here? Lots of traffic as we've got the leading cars catching our touring cars.
Right, so it's the TCE, that's the Cooper is not trying to keep out of the way of these the two Porsches coming through, and lets one through and doesn't realize there's another one immediately behind. Has seen it, perfect bit of driving, sees it in his mirror, lets it through, thinking he's going to tuck in behind it, and it's a split-second decision, and then realizes there's another Porsche immediately behind that. I can't turn in because cars can't just disappear. So it's like, oh, I've got to come out of that. So it's one of those things. It's racing. You've got to be on it all the time. When you think you can relax, you can't.
Yeah, this is not the first time you said something that makes me feel very nervous and squeaky bum. Yeah, that's racing. That's how it is. No problem.
It is. Get on with it.
Everyone else is like, no, please don't crash. These two still going at it for 16th position in GT3.
They've swapped places.
Ah, now.
So the Uta's got ahead all the way round the outside on the Mercedes arena. That's a bold move to make that carry through.
No, it hasn't worked.
Loses it and then gets the run on the way out of the Mercedes arena. Yes. Yeah, gets the job done.
Maybe. No, remember
it's done.
Is it done? I mean, the racetrack goes left next time, so it could have been fought back. But they were being very gentlemanly with each other. They were definitely considering it an endurance race. There was no door-banging DTM style there between the two of them. So that now releases sorry, lost them. Lutz Obermann in the Jutta Racing machine from Miguel Garcia, and that should see that car now close in on that lead battle for 992. And actually that's got quite close after Rump's little error a couple of laps ago. He's now closed back onto the tail of James Kellett, and Kellett still holds the advantage there, but Rump being pushed along and by Breukers. So 3 cars covered by 1.2 seconds. Here's your Aston Martin, Snowy. I know you love an Aston Martin. Crawling all over the back of the Viper Nisa Mercedes. Always good to have Viper Nisa with us, the Malaysian team, Malaysian drivers, yes, but also Malaysian mechanics and engineers and the whole team. They don't just, they're not a couple of Malaysian drivers that hire a European team to go racing. Yes, the car stays in Europe, but the team fly from Malaysia to each event in Europe across the year.
Well, that's not uncommon, is it, for cars to stay based in Europe and say freighting them around there. Quite a few teams do that and just come over and run the car. But yeah, nice to see the Aston out there. Of course, Mercedes and Aston, but a Mercedes-derived engine in the Aston.
Oh, and Tim Heinemann has got past Pierre Caffer here. So how did that happen? Looks like an unconventional place to overtake, and perhaps the BMW forcing Caffer to really defend. He gets wide, he's offline, and round the outside goes Tim Heinemann. A professional racing driver move, that one. Took a few corners to get it done, and not the easiest place to make a move.
And now on a fellow professional as well of Pierre Caffer. So he's got a few kilometres under his belt in any car, let alone an R8 LMS.
Tim Heinemann wants to show that he can be on par with Joel Sturm. Because Joel definitely a works professional Porsche driver. Tim is, but he's a junior, and he wants to show in a Porsche. Two different teams, up to race, running the all-black machine, whereas of Proton Competition, long-term Porsche partner, running the car up ahead of him. We ride back on board with Jake Hill. Now, interestingly, Jake has not cleared Yannick Redan. I would have expected him to have got past, but I think it's a reflection of how hard it is to overtake around here, because Stephen Jans has now joined that party. It's 3 cars for 5th.
Just going to say, so we talked a couple of times earlier in some of the earlier support races, did we not, about being hunter or hunted, and that's just 2 cars. We now added another layer to this. Jake Hill is now being the hunter of Yannick Redan in front of him, but is now also being hunted by Steve Jans behind him. So he's got front and back of that car full. He's a busy, busy boy in there. So he's going to earn his corn in the next few laps.
Different noise to enjoy from the Ferrari 296 Evo. A different package of Ferrari this year. Just double checking that is actually the Evo.
Yes, it is. It was introduced, yeah.
Because Pelin running the original GT3 car without the Evo package, and the Evo package allows you to do lots of little tweaks. It's not a massive bodywork change or anything like that, but there is the ability particularly to modify the suspension settings on the front axle, and that has taken a lot of learning for the teams that have taken the Evo over. Jake again looking to the inside on the flashers, but may have distracted Yannick Redan a little bit, but isn't able to get past. Yannick on a very different line through turns 1 and 2, but ultimately, unless you want to get DTMing, it's really hard to pass through the Mercedes arena.
Well, Jake Hill in the era Ferrari trying every which way and left, right, anywhere possible to try and get past that Mercedes in front of me. He's in a Ferrari and a Mercedes sandwich at the moment. He's the jam in the sandwich between those two of Yannick Redan and Stephen Jans. 0.4 and 0.7 of a second between them. And Jake's got to find a way to get past this red and white Mercedes right in front of him before the white and blue one behind him does the job and makes it Mercedes 1-2. So really having to work for his money at the moment. 2024 British Touring Car Champion, switched to GT racing and has taken to it like a duck to water. Cream always rises to the top, and quality drivers just show it doesn't really matter what they're driving, and Jake certainly having to do a lot of thinking about this at the moment. You've got to find a way through, and this is where you sit behind somebody whilst you're busy working out what mistakes they may or may not make, where they're weak and where they're strong, where your car might be different, where you can make an advantage, but not show that to the car in front. But whilst he's doing that, he's got a car right behind him that's also looking at exactly the same on the 2 in front, and then also at the same time, you're doing this at great speed in a racing car around the NÜRBURGRING Grand Prix circuit. It's not like he's sitting at a desk trying to work it out and playing battleships, is it?
It does look as though he's sort of happy, though. He doesn't look as though he's really hassling that Mercedes to make an error. Let's take a look at the start once again as they headed down towards the first turn. It was pretty good. It was pretty clean. Michael Grenier holding on to the lead. A little bit of a challenge further back down the inside, but I was really worried about the Jutta Racing Audi right in the middle of the pack, and then Lisa Clark in the, look at the Pelin Ferrari, which is the Gulf coloured machine. She looked as though she might have been in the wrong gear because she just didn't get any drive.
So bogged down, didn't it?
Yeah, and by the time you look at this shot, she is pretty much at the tail of the field. She's not been passed by the TCE cars, but she's been passed by everybody else. So perhaps just a little error there. Grenier and Sturm staying line astern at the head of the field, and that was the start of the race as Yannick Redan makes a mistake. Now, opportunity for Jake here. Mistake from a Mercedes. He's dipped his wheels into the gravel, and you've got a traffic bit of leger to pass. Wasn't an opportunity, though, to get past there. You mentioned the idea of sort of attacking and defending at the same time. I imagine for someone like Jake, though, he's got such confidence in himself. He isn't really thinking about that Mercedes behind him. He knows who's in it. The team will have told him. And so possibly just literally focus on ahead and try and find a way past this red Mercedes. Here's Yannick, just chronic understeer and dipping his wheel into the gravel there. Was he put off by the Ligier? I think that's a poor excuse if he was trying to claim that with his lights flashing.
Yeah, but I mean, Jake's background, I've just mentioned, is British touring cars, to the point that he's been a touring car champion just 2 seasons ago, 2024. So we're talking about a battle here. British touring cars, it's more like outright war, because that's all over the place. You use that all the time. So this will be child's play to somebody like Jay. And I'm not putting him down on that, as in it's not even close combat at this page yet. So he'll be so used to that. So anybody equipped to do it will be the young man in that era motorsport Ferrari.
0.6 of a second separate our leaders. Michael Grenier, the Canadian, drafted in to the Get Speed Mercedes that we usually see Mauro Engel drive, but Engel doing DTM duty this weekend. So the Canadian coming for his first Creventic race outside of the Dubai 24 hours and keeping Joel Sturm honest. 0.6 of a second. Those two have made a gap. And that mainly thanks to the fact that Tim Heinemann was stuffed up behind Pierre Caffer for the first couple of laps. That gap developed on the first couple of laps and has since stayed pretty much the same. In fact, Heinemann's about 0.6 of a second faster on that last lap than these two, and there's no traffic around them. So clear track is helping the naked Ferrari in third position. It is staying that name, by the way, for the next 12 hours. Don't think you're going to change me on that one.
No, I would agree with you on that one, Ben. So as we're approaching the first half hour complete, unbelievable, we're still less than a second, for only just over half a second between the front two after nearly 30 minutes of racing. Bodes well, doesn't it?
I mean, we do have pro drivers across the field here. They are, I don't know, that was, no, the sync of the sync of the audio and vision that I'm watching is not correct. I was about to say, he got on the power so early through that. I was thinking the same. 3 seconds earlier because the delays.
Why is it not squirrely with that amount of power input? It's the throttle input, and that's why, because there's a delay.
There's a audio versus visual return to us, but ultimately Joel Sturm still doing a lovely job here. Second gear through the Mercedes arena, down towards the second left-hander, able to really crawl all over the curbs before, and that opens up the right-hander to then exit the arena. We saw the Mercedes not able to do the same thing ahead, or choosing not to do the same thing. And now we switch our attention back to the battle for 5th position. They've got another bit of traffic to contend with, and that looks like a GT3 car.
Ferrari, isn't it?
Lisa Clark getting right in the way of Yannick Redan, who chooses to go right, can't go through. This is the opportunity for Jake, and Jake does go through thanks to a Ferrari. The Era Motorsports Ferrari taking that position and moving up to 5th spot. Now, Jake Hill, get your head down and scamper off. Do not let Yannick Redan get back past you, because I think you could say that Jake is the faster car. He just couldn't find a way through, and thankfully traffic giving him a gift.
100% there, and that was the move of experience. Saw the opportunity, and no sooner had he seen it than he'd taken advantage and got the job done and got the car placed in position where Redan had absolutely no option.
Let's have a look at that once again, because it was a little bit confusing. Yannick Redan going to the right-hand side, but Lisa then getting out of the way. She almost saw Jake, but didn't see the Mercedes.
Perfectly read by Hill there. He just went to the left-hand side on the basis that, you know, it's take the opportunity. You've got to go one of both sides. Redan tried to go to the right-hand side. That was then blocked because Lisa kept out the way. But already that time had gone then already, and Jake was already through and got the opportunity done. So perfectly read bit of opportunity there for Jake Hill in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. He now starts to pull out a little bit already, but of course that now puts Steve Jans in the Get Speed car right behind Yannick Redan.
Yeah, interesting to see that Steve really is giving him a lot of hassle. Wasn't there when it was Jake ahead, but now fancies to get that Get Speed 286 car ahead of the Redan Racing, Ajit Redan Racing 93 Mercedes. Such a compliant and wonderful GT3 car to go racing as a gentleman driver. And Yannick, one of their stars at Redan Racing. Of course, Ajit Kumar, part of that lineup. We'll see him later on. There's Ayrton Redan as well. and Kobe de Bruyke is another fast peddler. We always see that car right at the sharp end. A little bit more traffic to contend with for our leaders now as we catch the little Cayman GT4. We've got one Cayman in Thought Joel was just going to just pummel into the back of that Cayman there. It felt like he was holding onto the racing line, and so was Joel Sturm.
It's the age-old thing, though. As a faster driver, you say of your drivers in cars that are of a different speed, whether it be from experience or category class of the car, stay where you are. We will get round you. It is always the faster driver's responsibility to get round the slower car. The slower cars, however, if there's a huge gap between performance differential, i.e. GT3 there and a Cayman, those drivers tend to want to try and be gentlemen and get out of the way. In actual fact, as the faster driver coming through, you don't want them to do that. Stay where you are. The view is you've got your right to be on track as much as anybody else. We will get round you, but don't change direction. That's where complications happen. We nearly saw it there for Joel Sturm. Had to use a lot of exit curve to avoid that Cayman who was trying to be helpful. Don't try and be helpful. Stay where you are. We'll sort it out.
Confirmation there that the 910 of Sempre Racing, the second of their two cars, is out on circuit. Lionel Amarush is driving the car, the boss of Vortex. So great to have that car taking the start, and great to see Lionel in that lineup, which also includes... Snowy, you messaged me about this one. It also includes Sempre, who will drive it. Juliet and Carlos Rivas, who was moved on to the 888 car. So I wonder whether Carlos may now be in the 910 and not driving the 888.
Now, a little twitch there for our race leader, Michael Grenier, in the Get Speed Team PCX Mercedes, which had a little wobble, shall we say, a little falter coming out of on the exit curb of the corner 4 or 5 corners ago, and that just put Joel Sturm right in touch in the Proton competition Porsche. He is now taking advantage of that by just flashing his lights constantly at Michael Grenier in front, trying to distract him, trying to put him off. But it's a really close battle. I mentioned at one point that it was only 25 minutes into the race, and we had 0.6 of a second between. Well, we're now just over half an hour in, and it's halved that gap. It's only 0.3 of a second between these two cars on that lap. Tim Heinemann is now only 2.2 seconds behind in 3rd place, and Pierre Caffer, that started 2nd, is in 4th place. Now Joel Sturm once again getting right tucked up into the back of the rear wing of the Mercedes, coming out to the last corner onto the pit straight. Is he going to have a little look down the inside? He's certainly going to fill that Mercedes mirror with Porsche right behind him as much as he can. Is he going to look down the inside? I don't think so, but he's going to move across, just let him know he's there. Now Joel Sturm braking a little bit earlier there, I think, just to get out of that, to get a better run through the Mercedes arena. Very clever thinking and driving there, and that's exactly why I suspect he's put Joel Sturm right in touch with Michel Grenier for the lead of this race. Can't quite get it done on the first part through the big tight left-hander part of the Mercedes arena. He's close enough. Can he get a run on the outside now, and we get a clear run down the straight, left-handed, downhill into the hairpin? Joel Sturm is fighting for this with just half an hour of this race, 6-hour race today, which is only one half of the full race, Ben.
I think he's probably looking in his mirrors, and he's got on his rear view mirror film camera, rear facing camera in his cockpit, an arrow, a green arrow saying there's a car behind you that my camera can see, because Tim Heinemann has taken chunks out of these two on the last couple of laps, and I imagine if you're Joel, you want to get past Michael Grenier before Tim Heinemann starts making it hard for you, because when you start putting yourself offline with a car behind you, that car fills the hole, and Tim Heinemann, as I said earlier, will be desperate to prove his worth against Joel Sturm. Two separate teams, same car, two very works drivers. But now the gap begins to grow again between Grenier and Sturm. It was a slow last lap, whether they had traffic or not. A 57.2 from the first two. As I say, Tim Heinemann taking a second out of the front two. So the gap now down to, well, about a second across the three of them.
Well, a few moments ago I mentioned that the strategy of this race is to be nice and calm and sensible and get to the end of the first 6 hours, and the real race is the 6 hours tomorrow. Well, that just proves I don't know what I'm talking about. We all knew that anyway, but nice to have it confirmed, because these three at the front duking it out. 0.2 and 0.8 of a second between first, second and third. And Mercedes, Porsche it is, Get Speed from Proton from... my screen's just gone blank. Exactly the time I was reading it. How cool is that? There we go. From up to race.
By the way, Jake Hill, we saw pass and get himself into 5th position. He hasn't really got away from Yannick Redan. The gap's 1.2 seconds now, but they're pretty close to each other. And so this is why we're focusing on this lead battle, because this is very much the tightest battle on circuit right now.
So Tim Heinemann now should be sitting here waiting for these two to give him the opportunity, make a mistake, run wide, do something, let them focus on their battle, and just be sitting there just waiting, just watching, waiting, listening, learning, and at the same time watching what those two cars do, see where they're weak, where they're strong, where he can maybe pounce. Joel Sturm car in 2nd place should really be similar through specification and handling characteristics, but the leading car, Michael Grenier, in the Get Speed Mercedes, totally different front-engined car, will have different handling characteristics around the circuit. So Tim Heinemann just sitting there and watching, a little bit of a gap opened out this time. It was, say, 0.6 from first to second last lap and 0.8 second to third. I think that's going to be a little bit different now, unless they close up again on the latter part of the circuit.
Well, I think they're going to catch a bit of traffic. Looking out my window, we've got a couple of GTX cars and a GT4 car not far ahead of these three, and this is going to make it a bit spicy. They're those three that I'm talking about, and they're going to have to try and clear those cleanly, otherwise we might, as we saw with Jake Hill and Yannick Redan a bit earlier on, get a bit of spice added to it. We're also expecting pit stops relatively soon, I imagine. Usually they come before the hour, don't they, for the GT3 category cars. And
yeah, but a slight increase. That 0.6 has gone to 0.7 for Joel Sturm, so negligible. It's a 10th in it. Tim Heinemann still 0.8. The traffic you mentioned there, though, Ben, I think that's going to come into play at the lower end of the circuit, down by the hairpin. They're going to catch those cars round about there, I would suggest, and therefore, if they don't get past and get them dealt with and dispatched by then they're going to have an issue coming up through Schumacher through the really fast parts of the circuit, which we've seen already. So there's the first one. The race leader gets past the BMW, the GT, is that the GT4 car? Yeah, it's a GT4 Mercedes. Joel Sturm does exactly the same. The GT4 Mercedes, my apologies, BMW, right country, wrong brand. Doing a great job actually there of keeping out of the way. That's no problem, and literally moving out of the way that clearly to allow the race leader through. That's a totally different thing.
But look how the gap has changed between Tim Heinemann and Joel Sturm simply by sitting behind that BMW for one single corner. Now Tim has to go a little bit harder to get himself back onto the tail of Joel Sturm and to stumble across this traffic at the same time as him. Otherwise, you might find it's the wrong time, and now they're going to blast past the Ligier before they get to the flick left and right. The first two should clear that Ligier. No, they haven't. Okay, so an advantage here now, because this will really close things up. Ligier right in the way. You have to get past me. I'm not going to let you past. And look how Joel Sturm's closed right up to Grenier. Heinemann's not going to have a problem with the Ligier. He catched him on the exit of the final turn. But that Mercedes has a little bit more legs than the Porsche down the main straight. And there may be now 2 or 3 car lengths between them as they break into turn number 1. Joel later on the brakes than the Mercedes. Hotter into the apex, but then loses it on the exit.
Ever-thinking professional drivers, Tim Heinemann there took advantage of that back marker, as you called it, onto the pit straight, and had a little toe off that Ligier there. Then Joel Sturm's got the job done. He's looking down the inside. That's more than a better curve. That was running over to the grass. I thought he'd got the job done there. He hadn't. He actually went across the grass to avoid hitting the Mercedes in front of him. There's a back marker between the pair of them now. That's going to play into Tim Heinemann's hands, who's going to scoot up behind Sturm if he can. That Porsche then keeps out of the way. That has definitely lost Sturm some time, but put Heinemann back in touch with Sturm. And this is This is an epic battle at the front of this for what should be, I suggested, a quiet 6-hour race in readiness for tomorrow's 6-hour race.
It was MM Racing's 992 Cup car that was caught at turn number 3. I think the Mercedes was like, right, I'm going to work out how to get him on the exit. Opens the door, and Joel Sturm says, well, I'll put myself in there. And there was nearly quite a lot of contact between the two of them.
Yeah, Mikael Grenier, actually, you're quite right, opened the door, then said, no, I'm going to take my line anyway, which is entitled to do as a leading car. Unfortunately, Joel Sturm committed at that point, and again, to avoid an incident, he just took to the grass, like, maybe not then, because grass is preferable to body contact.
But by going far, far, far to the left-hand side, was he trying to do a bit of a cutback to get more momentum out of the corner, knowing that the traffic was in the way? It was a weird line, but I think he was sort of planning 2 corners ahead.
And exactly, I think he was trying to find a way around that back marker in front and just say, where do I go? And unfortunately, Sturm took advantage of it. Grenier shut the door, quite rightly, perfectly entitled to do so, which just put Sturm on the grass, which gave a little bit of a favour to Heinemann, who's brought him in much closer now to 0.4 of a second. So Sturm is now 1 second off Grenier in the lead. Tim Heinemann in 3rd place is only 0.7, sorry, my apologies, 0.4 of a second off Joel Sturm in front. 1 second and half a second, effectively.
Let's go on board with Joel Sturm and see how it looks from his point of view, coming into turn number 3. I mean, I get it from his point of view. Mercedes is hugging the left-hand side, right? Doors open, thanks very much.
Good racing.
Good reaction.
Read from both of them. Good reactions from both of them. Absolutely, pro drivers. That's it. It's racing. You said before, you've got to be on it all the time.
Just a quick note about track infringements. There are 3 offences you are allowed to have before you get given a warning, and then you get another 3 before you get a 10-second penalty. If you then continue to get more, in batches of 3, you get 10-second penalties. So the first of those cars that are being noted for that is the 111, who has, I think, already had 3, the 3rd offence. Okay, so they've had their warning now. And the 111 is the Porsche Cayman that we've seen. Cesar Foncia is aboard that car right now. A little bit of gap developing and calming down between Grenier and Sturm. We are going to be surely getting visitors to the pits in the next 10 minutes or so. Traffic approaching again, another couple of cars, including another Ligier for our leaders to get through. Perhaps before we get that, let's have a look at another replay. There is Grenier. Woof! Joel Sturm sliding over that big curb at the penultimate turn, and now that's maybe cooked his tyres a little bit, because Tim Heinemann right onto the tail once more of the 73 Proton Porsche. Carla Velti is our pit reporter for the first part of this race. There's not much, well, there's nobody to talk to, Carla, at the moment down there in terms of cars with you, but what's the mood like?
Have a camera with me. I am standing in the Proton competition box. They are watching the race, obviously. They are having lunch, so things seem very relaxed, but then we go into replays like just a few seconds ago with their car going almost off, and everyone is shaking their heads and they are getting more anxious and anxious, because they know that the fight out there is real. And as you mentioned earlier on, Ben, we will get closer to the first cars coming in for the first pit stops. So it is kind of a false calm situation here in the pit lane, because sooner or later things will get very hectic when cars start to come in.
They need to be aware of indigestion, Carlo, if they're only having lunch now before the first pit stop, because it's only going to be about 10 minutes away, and we wouldn't want any stitches during a first pit stop from our Proton team. They have managed to clear a couple of bits of traffic. Grenier has another 992 car to get past, and he got past them before the chicane. Joel Sturm catches the Chazelle competition during the chicane. That's going to help Tim Heinemann, but Heinemann catches the 992 on the exit of the final turn, so can't quite get the drive off the turn. Swings and roundabouts as they carve their way through some of our 992 category cars, and it's going to get harder and harder as we get to the sharp end of the 992 category. Heinemann down the inside of the Chazelle car at the first turn. A good indication actually at how the GT3 and the 992 Porsches compare. I mean, the 992 car looks positively tiny in comparison to the GT3 car when you see them going down the main straight here, but similar in terms of top speed. It was only under the brakes where Heinemann was able to get himself down the inside. Now, next one is the front-wheel drive Cupra. We've got two of them. One's a little bit older than the other. We'll certainly send one of our pit reporters down to Asbes to get a profile on how old. I want to know how old the 102 car is. That's the mission for either Sarah or Carla at some point. It's definitely not for now because there's far too much fun happening on track. Looking up ahead, yeah, another couple of bits of traffic to contend with. The Cayman gets in the way of the Mercedes, so Grenier's going to have to take his foot off the throttle. And again, Joel Sturm catches the Cayman in the wrong part of the circuit. Has to back out of it. That's going to help Heinemann again. There is the Viper Nisa Mercedes. Now, while we're looking at them down in 10th position, he's got the Aston Martin still behind him, flashing the lights on the GT4. Ooh, no. Do not dip your wheel into the dirt and then try and press brake. Does not work. He was very lucky to get away with that, actually. Didn't even lose a position. But interesting to see as the air and the circuit heat up. There's plenty of it, little errors going on out there. It's certainly not as plain sailing and as simple as we saw at Paul Ricard in the first stint of that race. And I do think the parameters of this circuit are rapidly changing. I was thinking about this from our prototype category races that we had earlier on. You know, started the day in a 12 degrees, 13 degrees air temperature. Track would have been in its 20s, and now it's certainly in its 40s. Joel having to go around the long way around the RPM Racing 992. That was easier for Tim Heinemann to get past, that's for sure. Still not quite close enough, though, to actually affect the positions of our top three, and seems to be starting to play better for the Mercedes, doesn't it? 1.3 seconds the gap now between Grenier and Sturm. Into the Dunlop curve. What's that? 2 car lengths between the Proton and the up to race Porsches. Mercedes on his flashers again at the top of the hill, halfway round the lap. This time a Seblejoux Porsche in front of him. That's going to be Lionel Amarouche, I imagine. And Amarouche, with years of experience in the Vortex, will know how to deal with these cars scrabbling around behind him. Mercedes has cleared him because he's now catching them at a different corner. Such is the gap at the end of this stint for Grenier over Sturm. We have to make notes of the pit stops that are going to be coming up just to keep an eye on the strategy, because we've not had any code 60 so far. Clean green running. And coming out the final turn, Sturm is going to struggle to get past Carlos Rivas here. It's saying Rivas actually on the... Is it saying Rivas? It is saying Rivas on the windscreen. So... yeah, that is actually the 888 car. Sorry, not Lionel Amarouche, but the leading Seblejoux car, which is sitting third in 992. So they clear that one. 3 more 992s to get past, and they're the 3 fastest ones. Rick Breukers, Martin Rump, and James Kellett. There's gaps between them. Remember, we saw them really locked together at the start of the race. Well, there's about 5 seconds separating Kellett from Rump, and then another 5 between Rump and Breukers. So it won't be as though these leaders get on top of it and disturb a big fight. It should be a lot easier to clear. But maybe maybe they will have to be visiting the pits beforehand. First pit stops are already happening. A reminder that we have the fuel bays here at the Nürburgring, and they are before the pit lane itself. Sometimes we have the fuel bays after, so you do tyres first, then fuel. But here we do fuel and then tyres, and so it is where at the Nürburgring 24 hours the alternative fuels are used. So there's a little area of sort of a little bus stop really of the pit lane where all the alternative fuel competitors fuel up. And the first visitor to the pit lane now is Kia Racing and the Ligier JS2 RS. Let's go down to Carla.
Exactly, and what we do see right now is definitely tire change, definitely a driver change. So we have Adrian coming out of the car and Kevin getting in of the car. Important to know there, those are the only two drivers. So they will swap more often than others, I would believe, because they just need to make sure that they stay fit and ready during the full 12 hours over the course of today and tomorrow. Other than that, this pit stop seems very calm, very collected. We have one engineer actually connecting his laptop to the car. This is mainly to get quick information about the status of the car. Remember earlier on the grid I did have a conversation with Adrian speaking about what the challenges are, because it's the first time for them with that car on this track. So gathering as much information as possible about the car is exactly what they need. So Adrian out, Kevin in, and in a few seconds you will probably hear through my mic the car turning on, struggling a little bit, hold on, there we go, car is on, lollipop is up, and Kevin is out.
Great stuff, thanks Carla. Good to get our first pit visitor out the way. Gives us an opportunity to understand exactly how long it takes, which is quite a long time, because I spend a long time in the fuel area, 20 kilometers an hour in the fuel bay area, but it actually is very, very short, a fuel bay area. And then the pit lane itself, 40 kilometers an hour, so quite slow. And then the pit stop and the service itself for the Ligier will be different to the GT3 cars. You may have noticed that I've been talking quite a lot on my own for the last 5-10 minutes. Peter Snowden has sent himself for lunch, very important, and been replaced in the commentary box by Simon Hill. Thank you so much for helping us out, Simon, because we've been talking since 9 o'clock this morning, so I've nearly run out of words already.
We've got a bit more talking to do, haven't you, Ben? So I know the feeling. I had the same at Spa. Myself and Johnny were looking after the comms at Spa, and we did that all on our own, and it was a long, long day, especially with the cold. But anyway, nothing cold about the racing action, is there? A bit of a cliche, I know, but this is slow-moving Ligier there. But this battle, this Inter-Porsche battle, is very, very interesting. Sturm, of course, we know has been in this championship regularly with the the Ligier has stopped. So we had this at Ricard with the Ligier being a little bit up and down. I know it's Kia Racing running the car as opposed to the not only motorsport car that we also see. So interesting to see whether it's a control-alt-delete job, do you reckon, Ben?
Well, as you well know, teams will be watching that very, very closely, because if that becomes a code 60, this is a wonderful window to get in and try and make a pit stop. And I can see activity in the fueling area, people standing up, getting themselves ready. They want to get to the fuel bays, but the Ligier moving again. We go back to green flag, and so it's a bit stand down again. We don't need to take advantage of this code 60.
Yes, currently showing us no teams and drivers in the fuel area at this precise moment. So
it's right there, right out our window.
Yeah, just over the other side. But yeah, just going back to this battle here, it's going to be interesting because one of the characteristics of the circuit here is it appears to have relatively long straights, but in a GT3 car especially, they get gobbled up very quickly. And there isn't really a lot of time for the driver. So in this case, in Heinemann's case, sitting there in the aero wash of Joel Sturm's car, not a lot of time for him to get a bit of breathing space to allow those front tyres to stop hurting so much, because what will be happening is, because he's not in clear air, he's going to be getting a little bit more tyre temp, because he's going to get more understeer, because the front of the car isn't working as well. And as a result, that's going to make it proportionally harder for him to really use any performance advantage he may have, both as a driver and as a car. Now, you would obviously look at the two Porsches and think, well, they must be pretty much equally matched. But obviously, as we know all too well with GT racing, there's lots of different ways of going about setting the car up based on who's driving it. Because obviously, the interesting thing is, if you look at the top 5 cars, they've got their quickest drivers in them at the moment. A little bit of an argument whether maybe Benji Pack is quicker than Grenier, but you get my point, is that they're pretty much there. Talking of quick drivers, Kellett now absolutely pushing like crazy, as we know James will.
Yeah, he's just lost a position to Lutz Obermann, who's come past after spending quite a lot of time getting through these leading 3 992 category cars. So Obermann now clear of all of the 992s. He's left Garcia in the Continental Racing Audi behind, and actually Garcia still has got 3 992s to get through and is nowhere near making that happen. So it's taken a while, and I think Obermann will be frustrated that he's lost that much time in doing so, but now up to 13th position and about 17 seconds behind the Haas RT BMW up in ahead. There's the other Ligier. We saw one of them, the RS, grinding to a halt. This is an R, and Carla has news on the RS that was stopped on the side of the circuit.
Exactly, the Ligier run by Kia Racing that just stopped on the track apparently stopped because of gearbox issues, downshifting, if I got that information right. And Simon, it kind of sounds like a déjà vu, doesn't it? Because the Ligier seem to have a weak point when it comes to that, because those were problems we did see at Paul Ricard as well. He did do a little reset of the car, and after that all the problems seem to have disappeared. But let's keep an eye on that, because if anything is as similar as to Paul Ricard, then we might see continuous problems, but I hope not, of course.
Yeah, good point, Carla. We saw the Ligier have some real dramas, and in the end of a very spectacular end to its race. After there was only the 2 cars in the TCX close TCX class at Paul Ricard, that and the Asbest Seat, and they both had so many dramas that he was literally. Was anyone going to finish? In the end, the Asbest Seat was the one that lasted. The Ligier ended up in a conflagration. I like that word, which was awful shame for them, because they'd worked so hard and unfortunately didn't finish the race. But yes, now looks like the battle at the front is now a 3-way battle properly. Sturm only 1.4 behind our leader Grenier, with Heinemann a further 0.7 behind. Then there's a big gap of 14 seconds to Pierre Caffer, who is being closed in on gradually by the Ferrari of Era Motorsport. And then just behind that, Steve Jans now ahead of Yannick Redant, with Michalasco in the ARC Lamborghini, and then Alex Prince and Dominic Ang rounding out the top 10.
What is going on here? Well, he was facing the wrong direction, was the 71, so he's had a little spin, clear air for Lutz Obermann. Finally cleared all those 992 cars. He's had a spin, and now he's dropped behind Kellett and Rump again. So he's got to do that all over again.
Yeah, just as their leaders start to bear down, you can see this could be a factor, because they're going to be watching each other. Lutz Obermann, as we can see, is he's having a fairly spectacular start to his race, to say the least. And then now he's going to be closing down, being closed down by the 3 quickest drivers on the circuit at the moment. So,
and this must be a really frustrating thing as a GT3 driver. You've got a car that ultimately over a lap is clearly faster than a 992, but it's only faster in portions, and particularly the portions where overtaking is really hard. So to try and make a move and clear a 992 car and not be compromised lap after lap actually is not as easy as logic suggests.
Totally agree, and I think this is going to be a factor as the race unfolds. Obviously, as we get further and further into the race, the quickest GT3 cars are going to be lapping the quickest Carrera Cup cars, 992 cars. So then you've got the sort of immovable force and irresistible force and movable object scenario, where the very quicks, the James Kellett's, the Martin Rumps, the Rick Breukers type drivers in the 992s will be caught by the quickest GT3 cars, and there are going to be places where there's such a small difference in terms of what you can do. It's going to require an awful lot of very, very well-timed moves being done by the GT3 cars, and awareness of the 992s to know that they're coming. Otherwise, you could easily see that change in the face of the race. You saw a little bit earlier when Lisa Clark was being lapped, how that caused a change of position, and that's another GT3 car, so even more so when the Carrera Cup cars come through. So it's a really important point you've made there, Ben. I totally agree with you. Ligier is moving again, which is good news.
I'm being caught by Dominic Ang in the Viper Nisa Racing Mercedes, who continues to have Olivier Campos in company. Those two battling over 10th position, as they have done since the beginning of the race. They are actually 7.5 seconds back from Hoffer Racing, who is the next car up the road, with Alex Prince in 9th. But they've been together like this since the start, and nothing really has changed. Two very, very different types of GT3 car. Yes, they have the engines in front of the driver, but the Aston Martin, one of the newest GT3 homologations, whereas Mercedes, one of the oldest that you can still have and race. The only elder one is the Audi. Jake Hill on board with him as he looks down the inside to, don't get excited, Ben, it is a Lappery. That is the Continental Racing Simpson Motorsport car. Now, I think there's a story there for Carla to find out about, because I'm pretty sure that car did not start the race where it should have done, and it may have been an issue at scrutineering that caused that car to be dropped to the tail of the GT3 field. It was
definitely a message on the timing screen at the end of qualifying yesterday, and 69 was one of the cars that team manager report to race control message. And
when we left the circuit about 7:30, it was still in scrutineering with lots of bits of car beside it. So
I never really know. There's so many different regs that obviously the teams have to be very mindful of. And what the Creventic organisation who run the championship do so very well is they're very mindful of the nature of the series is being, very professional, some incredibly professional high-level teams and drivers that are running in it in all of the classes. But also it's because it's not a World Endurance Championship or an IMSA or a GT World Championship. Look at the amount of gravel that was on the road there, Ben. Changing the subject.
I was scared because the Mercedes had to take to the gravel to get round that BMW, and all of a sudden, I mean, he would have heard the gravel rattling around the metal body, but I just feared at such a high-speed part of the circuit, you go round the outside on gravel there, pick up a massive amount of understeer, and suddenly you're off the circuit on the outside. We saw Martin Rump have a few issues there already, and Stephen Jan's doing a good job not to have too many problems there.
Yeah, and if you look at someone like Steve Jans, who's a very, very good driver, but he's also, the quickest guys in that car, probably Tanner Harvey and Patrick Liddy, certainly Patrick Liddy, must compliment them on their spectacular Stars and Stripes race suits that the two American drivers are wearing. If we get a chance later on, we'll see maybe Carla when the drivers are down there. They were proudly marching down the pit lane in these wonderfully Stars and Stripes suits with a Stars and Stripes flag round their shoulders, celebrating 4th of July. As in fact, there's a huge American flag up in Era Motorsport as well, of course, an American registered team. So happy 4th of July to our American friends watching.
Very good point, Simon. Completely passed me by, having woken up very early in the morning and just
not knowing which day of the week it was.
Not knowing which day of the week it was.
That's welcome to my world. That's me all over.
We were definitely sure that it was Saturday yesterday, after a full day of action.
It was definitely kept you busy. So yeah, interesting. Now you see the Aston is a real interesting car for me. Certainly in the hands of the or being run by the E2P crew, because it has. There's times when it looks like it's going to be right in the mix, and other times it seems to be nowhere near as competitive as you would expect. Oh, is there a bit of contact? I think maybe just got side on side. with Dominic Ang. That could have been. I'm not quite sure. I didn't see exactly where they got into each other.
Classic place to do that, though, isn't it? Where the circuit goes hard left and hard right. There's a couple of different racing lines, as we saw earlier on with Mercedes, and sometimes it sort of draws the two cars together. So here we go. Ang's gone wide, opened the door. The Aston Martin's trying to come through, and then obviously understeered into the side of him.
Yeah.
Hopefully not too much damage there.
That certainly looked like a misunderstanding rather than any kind of, Oliver Campos trying to push his way through or anything like that. But yeah, we've been watching with interest what's been going on with our Ligier friends, and our lovely friend Carlo Velti has got an update for us.
I literally just grabbed him. He's all confused why I'm talking to you. Hi, it's very nice to meet you, but I would have liked to meet you under different circumstances. What's going on?
We've got some engine problems we need to diagnose.
So car coming in for now, and we'll see how we can fix it. Okay. Well, you've heard it here first. And while this Ligier from the Kyo Racing team is coming in, I did see that the Proton competition team, the mechanics have the helmets on, and the Gatsby team, the mechanics have the helmets on as well. So action will start really, really soon down here.
Average lap pace from the Mercedes at the head of the field of 56.8 over the last 27 laps. Average lap pace for the Proton Porsche behind of 56.8. And then average lap time for the third place Porsche. Have a guess, Simon.
Is it 56.8 by any chance?
56.8. That is the consistency and the difference between our top three. They are being locked horns throughout the whole stint. They're still covering the same part of the racetrack. They're still trying to get through the traffic as they now get to the point where they get to the leader of the 992 category.
Well, this is going to very graphically demonstrate. So we've got the quickest guy in a 992 and the quickest car driver in the GT3 category on track side by side. Now, Kellett is such a pro, I wouldn't be at all surprised that he will have instantly noticed that the cars are catching, and they've caught him at a perfect place. They've caught him just as they get onto the start of the straight.
Well, so because the car's just as fast along the straight line.
Yeah, but they'll be able to position himself so he can send it down the inside into one, I would suggest, like that. So that's basically where you can trust a driver like Kellett. If I was Grenier doing that on a driver I wasn't sure about, I would have had my reservations as to whether that would have been a risk worth taking at this stage of the race or at any stage of the race. And look at this now, Sturm having to think, can I find a way around? Is he going to do around the outside? Yes, he does. I think you can still just about see in the left-hand mirror. Was there a little touch there? It looked like the car, whether it was just on the curb.
That didn't feel nice. It didn't feel easy at all for Joel Sturm.
But
I don't know whether there was a little bit of confusion there, but once again, Sturm relying upon the car in front to get out of the way rather than him getting around the slower car. And that felt like he was being sort of almost pushed offline on the exit of turn 2.
Yeah, and again, you know, obviously the driver in the 992, James Kellett, is trying to protect his race as well.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
They're absolutely in the hunt at this early stage, of course, with a lot of racing to go, lots of tactics to be played out, but they're in a very good position to use their pro driver to advantage. I spoke to James on the grid at Paul Ricard last time, and he was explaining to me that the plan there was, as you know, with qualifying, the rules are now that you use a different set of tyres for each of the 3 15-minute sessions. And the team had decided to use those tyres, the ones that have been used in qualifying, for the other drivers and save the new tyres for James when he jumped in. And the logic being is that if you've got the quickest driver with a brand new set of tyres, you're obviously going to have, that will be the fastest that car will go and maximise the performance of James in the car. And they also kept him back till late on Saturday and then did more of his running on Sunday. So this is the other key thing. I heard you and Peter talking about how Pellin Racing are using Lisa Clark at this stage, at this early stage of the race, to use her drive time. As we know, the drive time is you know, dependent on the grade of the driver, and Lisa is obviously being used at the moment so they can get as much driving done early on in the race. Then they have a clearer picture of how they can use their other drivers to potentially focus a little bit more on performance. As we see, oh, that was close, the lappery going on as Nick Johnson in the most distinctive of all of the Porsches, I think, the Chrome Racing car. That we've spoken about this before, haven't we, Ben, about that evoking memories of Ferrari F430s and such like at Le Mans back in the day with Tracy and Nick and some other fabulous drivers.
Just to clarify, as we were touching on Lisa Clark, she is the AM driver in a pro lineup, so she has to do a sixth of the 12 hours, which is 2, is it not?
Yes, I think you're right, 2 hours.
2, 4, 6, yeah, 2 hours. So that's probably not going to do a double stint. I think they'll be asking too much, but maybe they'll get her back in the first part of this race, having maybe cycled with somebody like, well, they've got interesting options, because of course they've got Kyle Marcelli, they've also got Jeff Westphal in that car, and Massimo Perena. So they've got 2 pros and a semi-pro to absorb any time lost from Lisa Clark, who is not only at the tail of the GT3 field, she is also at the tail of the 992 field, and Jeff actually is now in the car. So Jeff Westphal taking over from Lisa Clark, having pitted. So ignore where I said they are on track, because it is not representative. We've had our first pit visitor, and also both Ligiers are in the pits. So that's interesting. They've actually just done 1 hour and then got Lisa out the car. So even if we can see all these GT3 cars able to last longer than an hour, they have chosen to get Lisa out on the hour.
Yeah, we've been riding on board with Nick Johnson for a little while, watching the back of the Seb Lejeune car of Carlos Rivas. So this is a battle for 4th position in the 992 class, but also a battle for 2nd in the AM category of the 992s. So, you know, we know that that's going to be an interesting battle. The leading car in that, the James Kellett car that we've been talking about, that's the bright day-glow yellow car that's being run by HRT Performance. That is also leading the AM class as well as leading overall. Then leading in the main class is Martin Rump in Warner Motorsport, and 2nd in that class is Rick Breukers. That's fairly standard. That's what we expect to see, really, isn't it? So yeah, we're watching Nick now getting a very, very good run at Rivas. Is he going to think about a send down the inside? Rivas looks like he's got that covered. Johnson knows such a lot of experience, such a talented driver, the US domiciled Swede. He's been very much a partner of Tracy Crone for forever. As long as I can remember, it's been Johnson has been the pro driver with Tracy. I think they've got such an incredible partnership, friendship, whatever we want to call it, as the Hofer Racing car now. This is a good example once again of what you were saying, Ben. 2 992s battling, Hofer Racing trying to find, with Alex Prince on board, trying to find a safe way through without taking too many risks. And I think he's just got the overlap there on Nick Johnson. And again, if you know you've got a Nick Johnson or a James Kellett or a Martin Rump in the car you're lapping, you feel a lot more confident than some of the other drivers who perhaps you're not as familiar with, or perhaps less experienced, that may not read the situation as well. So Michael Grenier in for fuel now. Just noticed that looking out of our window and looking at our timing screen, which promotes Sturm and Heinemann up into 1st and 2nd place, and Kaffer 3rd. That will put the ERA car up into 4th, and Jan's 5th, I think, just assuming that they don't come in as well. Yeah, so that has changed. You know, Jake in the Ferrari just gone past, or not gone past, but stayed on track, so obviously gets promoted as a result of Grenier taking fuel. And that's the first of the leaders to jump, if you want to call it that, with looking at just over an hour done. I think you can probably run, because we've run green the whole way, which is obviously a big difference as well.
Is that a surprise that they would be the ones to come in earliest?
Well, go back to your point about how Pelin are using Lisa Clark. We'll watch with interest to see which drivers on board. Do they go for example, Benjamin Pack, who's super fast, or do they put Boisson, who's very good, but not as fast as Grenier and Pack, or do they use up some drive time for Patrick Charlet, who's their AM driver, who's significantly different pace-wise to the others? It could be the logic they're using. The other car that's in fuel at the moment of the GT3s is the ASC Bratislava Lambo of Zadina Mikuláško. So see who comes out when that car reappears.
Following the 2 Porsches on circuit, will they blink and come into the pits next time? can't quite see the dashboards from our onboard cameras here in the world of SRO. You can read their fuel numbers and things like that, so you know when they're coming in. And Heinemann does something different to Sturm. I think I mentioned it in the Prototype Cup race. Never follow the guy you've been following into the pits. Try and do something a little bit different. And there is, so pit lane speed limit goes all the way down to 40 and then to 20 straight away. So it's a real attack of the fuel area. And 1 lap later for the number 88. He comes in to the fueling area and finds that the Mercedes is still in there. It's taking that long to get a full tank of fuel.
Yeah, I mean, you know, let's be honest, that was obviously the logic they're doing is that we're going to stop under green. The advantage of that is that we can get the full allocation of fuel in. And just for clarity's sake, you know, one of the ways that the balance of performance is applied in this championship is on occasions it will be to do with the fuel flow rate and the maximum amount of fuel that's permitted. None of the GT3 cars will fill the tank up completely. The regulations won't allow that. They'll go usually to about 110, somewhere between 100 and 120 litres, depending on, sorry, 100, get the words out in a minute, 100 to about 115 litres, depending on which car it is. So that's a factor as well. The Mercedes, as all the cars have, had some changes to the balance of performance. One of the key things is that the air restrictor, as Johnson now gets his nose down the inside into the final turn, the air restrictor on the Mercedes has been reduced in size, which means in theory it's got a little bit less power. Lots of the other cars have had changes as well within that. Obviously, some of the GT3s are normally aspirated, some are turbo, so that's a factor as well as to how they adjust it. Sometimes they'll do it with air restrictor, sometimes they'll do it on turbo boost pressure. And what it means at the moment is that the status as we stand is that it's Sturm, Kaffer, Hill, Jans, Redan and Prince as we watch the Get Speed guys in action.
Pit stop, which was almost perfect. Left, right, left rear wheel. It took them quite bit longer to get that wheel tightened up. Sorry, just was a little bit scrambling for words there. That was the only thing, but the driver change was not done anyway, so that didn't interfere at all with the time spent in the pit lane. Mick Grenier just hopped out of the car. Jordan Boisson is in now, and I will try to find Mick as soon as possible because I definitely want to have a word with the man who started on P1 and still is on P1, or better yet, handed over the car in P1.
So that was a full service, was it? Change of tyres as well as fuel, which means that they can't get the Michelin tyre to run a second stint.
I think it's more that, talking to some of the teams, it's more that because of the nature of this, like I said, this left-right sweep, the time that they're going to gain from having a new set where you can, or a nearly new set, maybe one of the ones you've used in qualifying, is significant versus the stop. And if you're making a stop under green, I think there's also an element of that where you may as well maximise that strategy by putting whichever driver in. They have actually gone to Jordan Boisson as the replacement driver for Mick Grenier. That's dropped them obviously quite a long way down the order. Also notice that Pierre Kaffer in the car that was running P2 before the fuel stop has now come in. Which means it is still Sturm at the head of the pack, ahead of the Era Motorsport Ferrari, then Steve Jans in third in the other Get Speed car, ahead of Yannick Redan, Alex Prince, Dominic Ang. Here's your top 6 in GT3. Obviously the Porsches, and this battle just keeps going on and on, doesn't it? The Porsches can run a lot longer, so we will likely see them out for a little bit longer before they come back in to do fuel and possibly a full service.
So it's 4 minutes and 13 seconds, a complete service for the Mercedes. And note that down on your pen and paper if you are following this race closely. We'll have a look to see what anyone else is doing. But interestingly, the fact that the 73 are able to go 2 laps longer than at the moment as well than the Mercedes. Let's go back down to Carlo, who has that Mercedes Pro driver, Michael Grenier.
Mick, you look sweaty. How hard was it out there?
It was not too bad. The car initially was very good. And then, as I told you yesterday, the Porsche are quite quick, so seems like in the middle of the stint they had a bit less deck than us. Then at the end we could recover. Obviously with the traffic, it's like sometimes you gain, sometimes you lose. But it's early in the race. Car is running well. I think we have to improve the understeer a bit and the tire deck, but it should be fine.
Now, I saw you doing these movements when you spoke to someone earlier, just when you got out of the car. So how hard is it with the understeer really? Is it something where you say problematic, or is it just something that is you need to handle it as you go? Well, this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, in some corners we're lacking some rear, and some corners we have too much understeer, and it's also different left and right. So on this side, hopefully everything is fine, but I think it should be all right. I think now we go for double or triple stint with the bronze to try to get them some drive time done, and then we'll see later.
Fantastic, sounds like a good setup. Cool down, and I'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
Interesting to note that the Mercedes gaining 26 seconds over the Porsche in the pits. That much slower up to race in the full pit stop from start to finish over the Mercedes. So a big gap has been created. We have to look quite a long way down the running order to find those cars since the pit stop. Up to race down in 17th, maybe even further down. Waiting to see the driver ID update on that car, unless they didn't change the driver. But considering the pit stop was so much slower, I think they probably would have done.
Yeah, I don't know, it's still showing as Heinemann on an outlap now, so the driver ID would have changed once they crossed the pit lane exit. It's based on obviously the ID in the driver's helmet, which all when the radio's plugged in. So Sturm now still staying out, which is interesting. There's now a Porsche, a Ferrari, and two Mercedes at the head of the pack that have all done a significant amount of laps more. I mean, a good 3 laps, 4 laps more on fuel than certainly when the Get Speed car first came in. And yeah, very interesting to see how these strategies start to play out. Now the Ferrari is in. Just noticed that the Get Speed car of or the Steve Jans driven Get Speed car that was running on track came in a lap ago, and now Jake Hill is in the Era Motorsport. Probably going to be a driver change to Dwight Merriman. I would suggest with that team, that's usually the way that strategy will pay out.
So Santalok Junior team, as this battle continues to rage on, and they really are going at it. They've still got a bit of time before they're due into the pits, although actually James Kellett brings his car, the leading 992, in. Nick Johnson still trying to find a way past Rivas. That was his last attempt because he brings his car in. 4:42 for the Audi. So that suggests to me that the pit stops are more likely to be a 440s, and the Mercedes it didn't need to spend as much time in the fuel area because it had fuel in it already. So they came in early. And maybe that was because of the understeer that Grenier was describing.
Yeah, it's interesting. It is a really interesting tactic, isn't it? Now you can see, let's watch with interest. Is there a driver change going on, or is the Get Speed car staying with Jans in the car? I wouldn't be too surprised to see Jans coming in. Oh, what's going on here? 73. There's a Sturm car that was the leader. Look, he comes in. What's going on here, Ben?
Okay.
And, oh, wow! That's absolutely maximum your pit lane entry speed, isn't it?
Wow. Full commitment through the unlimited part of the pit lane. And we can see Dwight Merriman getting ready for Era. May have a bit of a wait because they're now in the fuel area and they've been there for a while.
So what are we looking at in terms of a fast full service? About just over 4 minutes, isn't it? 4 like 10?
Oh, no, I think the Mercedes was a false number. I think the Mercedes didn't need to take as much fuel, so therefore saved half a minute in the fuel area, because the other two, the Audi and the Porsche, have similar times.
Yeah.
So it's more like 4 minutes and 45 seconds in total.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to start watching that. I think once we've done 2 or 3 similar stops, we'll get a bit more of a spread of what's actually a really representative one. Every circuit we go to, although we have the same principle as the James Kellett Porsche comes down the pit lane, is that going to still be him on board? Is he coming in to get a service?
I think he's coming in.
So yes, he is coming in for a service, full service rather. Driver ready to go. Can't quite see who that is. I've got a feeling it Have a little guess at this one. I've lost where we are on the list. Oh, lost him. Where's he gone? Hope for Racing, Sempre, yeah, I think it might be Jonathan jumping on board that car as we see the Ferrari coming down the pit lane now, or the era Ferrari specifically, because we've got 2 this weekend. About to be stopped with, I would suggest, tyres and a Dwight on board, a Dwight Merriman jumping on board.
Yeah, so all of that time between the difference between the Mercedes, Audi and Porsche was all done in the fuel area. So Mercedes came in early. They did not maximise that first stint. Why? Not sure. But they're choosing to bring the car in early and make a shorter fuel stop that's going to artificially put them at the head of the field by quite a distance, I would imagine, because everyone else servicing the car to their fullest, meaning a pit stop that is nearly half a minute longer. We're still waiting on the numbers for the 73, because Joel Sturm is still fueling his car. We are just going to finish up the pit stop for the Era Motorsport, and they're in 4 minutes 40 at the moment. Should be leaving pits any moment now, and yeah, a 4 minutes 41. So 4 minutes 40 is about the number you want to be aiming for a proper full service pit stop, as the 73 now comes into pit lane to service, and Joel Sturm gets out. There he is.
Sturm getting out. I think that could be Dressler getting on board. Can't quite see properly, but quite often they tend to run Constantine either at the start or very early on in the race. A slightly different tactic. Obviously our reigning champions, Proton competition, in the GT3 category from 2025, and have had a bit of an up and down year. They've had a couple of mechanical issues earlier in the year. If you remember, they had a DNF at Mugello. Yeah, but the car's always very strong, especially when it's had people like Klaus Bachler on board and now Joel Sturm. So just watching to see who's coming back out now and where the driver changes have occurred. Still Yannick Radan and Alex Prince on track. Prince now in for fuel, but Radan has done a huge amount of time. We're riding on board with Dwight Merriman now on board. Did a very good job in qualifying yesterday. He'd had a little minor off in free practice, and there was a concern the team were like, might have kind of broken his rhythm a little bit, but in fact in qualifying he got into the 158s, which was comfortably the quickest he got. I know of course it's qualifying spec, but significantly quicker pro rata than he'd gone. So great job by Dwight. And down in the pit lane I think we have Carla, but before we do, we have a little replay of what happened on track in a second. And there we see it.
And that red camel?
It is a red camel's car.
Going grass tracking.
Yep, a 909.
909 on the final turn, just a bit too hot through the chicane, and it has to take to the grass. That's Rick Broikers right at the end of his stint. This lap now is in pit lane, so that was his last push attempt. Interestingly, Joel Sturm making the full service at 4 minutes and 13 seconds. That's the same time as the Mercedes. They are way faster in the fuel area than up to race. So have they short-filled that Proton competition Porsche for this session? Let's go down to Carla and find out.
Joel, you as a German, I need to say Menschenskind. What did you do out there? I need to do 2 checks. First of all, how's your heart rate? You okay?
Yeah, I think it was a pretty tough stint. We were struggling a bit with the balance for the whole stint, so wasn't for sure the easiest job today, but yeah, I tried to do my best. We switched to fuel safe mode quite early in the race because we could see that we just didn't have the pace. So yeah, I gave it all, but I don't know if it's enough or not, but for sure it was a really tough stint.
Well, for sure for us, it looked entertaining and absolutely crazy. What just happened when you came into the pit lane there? That was the closest call I've seen in any pit lane, I think, ever that I've worked in.
Yeah, I think it was for Porsche. So yeah, it was close, but we need to do it because every 10 counts. So yeah.
Well, it is close until it's too close, right? But you did really well. You gave us a good show. We have Dressler now in the car, is that correct?
Yeah, Consti is now in the car doing a single stint. So let's hope for the best.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for providing us with that fantastic driving. I'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
Yeah, if Carlo had asked about why they short-filled, you'd never got a straight answer anyway. 56 seconds in the fuel bay, playing 1 minute and 13 for up to race. So I think we're going to see this blue and orange Porsche in pits earlier next time round. He's got the Mercedes, by the way, breathing down his neck. So we've still got a battle for the lead, and it's still the same two cars. Dressler and Boisson, 1.4 seconds separating them. Slower cars ahead as well for Konstantin Dressler here, which will not help him whatsoever in defending the Mercedes. He has to go around the outside of the RPM Racing 992 category car. And Tim Heinemann did stay aboard the 88 Porsche, but they are 13 seconds back now. And I think we're just got to get a couple more cars back out on circuit, and then we pretty much have the running order after one full set of stops, because even the 992s are pitting at a similar time. On board with Jordan Boisson in this Get Speed Mercedes, getting gravel kicked up into the windscreen from the Porsche ahead. Konstantin Dressler trying to get into his rhythm, but being disturbed by the 992s, being disturbed by the ever-present Mercedes in his wing mirrors. And there's a BMW to catch as well. Great to have, by the way, a M4 GT3 car in the field. We rarely see them. Oh, there's a twitch from Dressler into the first turn. He's missed his apex, but he's sucked Boisson along with him, and they both run wide in the end.
Yeah, and these two are fairly evenly matched driving-wise. Dressler and Boisson are sort of, I guess, if you look within the team, I'd say they're probably, in the case of Boisson, would be the third quickest of the four, and Dressler is probably second or third. No, I'd say third, probably behind Manuel Lauck, who would be slightly quicker. So they're probably the sort of similar rated drivers in terms of performance. And once again, we go back to what we seem to see an awful lot, which is a battle between a Mercedes and a Porsche in this category of racing. It seems to be an ever-present. Ayrton Redan on an outlap, so he's doing a double stint. He was in the car, obviously. Oh, no, was it Yannick earlier? It was Yannick earlier, wasn't it? My apologies. So we had driver changes, except Jans and Heinemann have both stayed on board, but in the majority of the other stops, we've seen a driver change. So currently it will be Konstantin Dressler leading in the Proton car. We think we know why, don't we, Ben? Which was because of the short stop for fuel.
Yes, but of course the Mercedes were also able to short stop, but they pitted 4 laps earlier perhaps, so the Mercedes with 4 or 5 lap older tyres than the Porsche, something else to consider in this early part of this endurance race. So many things to consider. There's just not enough brain power to get everything in. At least though, everyone is on a pretty similar strategy, and we've not had any Code 60s to throw anything into the mix as yet. It's going to get dirty though out there. We're going to quite soon have a rallycross circuit at various points of the track where they are cutting quite heavily over the curb and into the grass and into the gravel and sucking that onto the racetrack, both at the Schumacher S's and the final S's. Is looking pretty bad.
Yeah, exactly. Nicholas Guellings in his debut in the BMW, so obviously new to Haas RT and not new to this championship. Of course, we've seen this not so much in the European Series this year, the BMW I'm talking about, but certainly it's been a mainstay, and it's been the race winner at Dubai for the last couple of years. Usually when you see the might of WRT racing in action. Now, last time we were racing at Paul Ricard, we saw a sensational victory for Hoffa Racing, and one of the drivers on board the car then, as today, is Alex Prince, who's catching up with our Carla.
Like what I just saw, you get out of the car and there's a lot of head shaking going on. Can you tell me what the head shaking means?
I was just not happy. I think right now with the balance of the car, I'm not sure what happened to yesterday, but I had to fight so much with the tires, with the tire pressure. I just tried to bring them up. Yeah, right now I'm not sure why this happened, but for me it was from the handling wise, it was just fighting with the car and not concentrating myself on pushing fast lap times. Because when I tried to push, I over-pushed, so, but yeah, I was just really struggling with the kind of tire pressures we had right now, so, but now we can adjust, and for sure my next stint will be like you are used to it.
Well, if you say adjust, what can you adjust during the race? What are the measures that you can take from, as a mechanic, as an engineer, to improve things?
There are some like a lot of things we can adjust during the pit stop, which also take not much time. But right now it's just important that I give all the information to our engineer that they can adjust for Chantal, for Thorsten, for Michael. It's always, when you start a race, this kind of weather, it's more cloudy, temperature's not like yesterday, so it is quite sure a little bit like gambling. Right now it was maybe not in the right way we wanted it, but now we are adjusting the pressures for the other drivers. We also can adjust maybe something on the setup which not cost us time during the pit stop. But the guys will handle it, will sort it out, and for sure we will be back fast on track.
I also experienced a really cute moment just now. Your kids approached you when you got out of the car and they said, "Where's mom? Where's mom?" And you said, "Well, she's driving. I'm sorry, you cannot be with mom right now." I love it. How is it that this is such a family affair for you guys?
I think this is the most important for us. Really experience it with the whole family, especially with the kids. They were missing the last times for sure. And even when I'm just jumping out of the car, I think this is the best moment to just get the kids running to me. We just love it, enjoying it. And also my family from US are here. They're flying back tomorrow. It's also quite special at this racetrack now. We just love and enjoying it.
Fantastic. I love it how emotional you get. Enjoy the rest of the time. I'll speak to you later.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, such a joy to be around the Hoffa crew. They're always so enthusiastic, and the absolute delight on the face of Alex Prince and the rest of the team when they won last time out at Paul Ricard. Also remember, of course, last year they pulled off a fantastic job to win the 24-hour race at Barcelona, which is where we're off to next, as we see from the onboard of Anthony DeBarm in the Chazelle car, the Get Speed Porsche. Let's start again. Get Speed Mercedes coming surging past.
Since when are Get Speed and running Porsches?
Well, you never know. They might be doing that.
My horse are running BMWs, so why not now?
So I had a very interesting experience last night as I got a passenger ride around the Nordschleife, which was a mixture of incredibly exciting and very, very frightening all at once.
Because you haven't got the steering wheel in front of you.
Yeah, but I was being driven by someone who was pretty decent, so it was okay.
Who was that then?
Some kid that I know.
Oh, okay.
In his GT4 RS, which was a perfect weapon for that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
The point I was going to make, and the link with Get Speed, is they do what they call race taxi.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a number of cars that you can get a passenger ride round with a pro driver, an expert on the Nordschleife. If you've never done it, if you, like all of us, are massively into your motorsport and love the idea of being around the Nordschleife, please go and try it out. The thing that struck me was how incredibly narrow the circuit is. You can see it clearly was built in the 1920s and hasn't pandered to modern safety too much, other than the obvious places that it's been made a lot safer. But how bumpy it was, and just the unforgiving nature of the circuit, in the sense of, obviously if you get it wrong you go off in a big way, but also the flow of it, you're constantly doing something. How anyone learns that circuit is beyond me. I certainly know that a lot of the younger drivers, especially, not just younger drivers, but mainly younger drivers, are very comfortable using a sim or using a PlayStation or an Xbox to learn it, which definitely helps. I certainly know that was something that Jake's been doing since he was a youngster, so that helps. But it's just the flow, and the places where I was being told this is flat in a GT3 car, or this is a slight lift, or this is 6th gear. I'm like,
are you sure?
4 gears going
exactly. Yeah, some of the best Euros you'll ever spend getting that lap around the Nordschleife. You mentioned about learning the circuit. Before my first ever outing here, which was actually the 24-hour race, I didn't bother doing a short race. I went straight in the deep end. Question the sensibilities and judgment of that yourselves, but I was at Le Mans the week before and caught up with Wyn Percy, who was quite a good mate, and just said, "Yeah, you've got a bit of experience and whatever, and what's your advice?" And he looked at me and he said, "I can't do that lovely Dorset accent he had." Wyn Percy was a Jaguar TWR Jaguar driver, Le Mans, and he said, "How good are you at learning circuits?" And I said, "Yeah, pretty good." And he said, "Most people try and do it into 5-6 circuits. Don't do that." He said, "Just learn what's coming up next," which is probably, and then you'll be fine. As long as you know what's coming up next, you'll be fine. So don't break it down into 5 or 6 sectors. learn what's coming up next, which I guess is what you do on a sim now. You know where you are.
Exactly. So what's going on circuit? We've been chatting away and just letting the action unfold. Our race leader there goes through the shot, the distinctive blue and orange Porsche of Proton competition with Konstantin Dreschler on board. 47 laps in the book in just under 4.5 hours left of today's part of the race. Remember, as we say every time, we have 6 hours today. Then there's a checkered flag and the cars go into Parc Ferme, and then we restart again from the positions that they ended up at the end of today, and away we go for the final part of the race. But Dressler leads Boisson by just over 5 seconds, with Tim Heinemann 4.3 seconds behind that. Steve Jans a further 6 seconds back. Then there's a big gap to Ayrton Redon, Adam Konopka, Antonio Cenero and Dwight Merriman. Finally, Ernst Inderbitzen and Chantal Prince round out the top 10. There is the 10th place car that we see there. That's Inderbitzen in the 18 car, the black and yellow Santalok Audi. And they're both about to be lapped by Jordan Boisson, the driver. Oh, that's very close for Boisson. He nearly got into the side of Chantal. So what you see here is in Inderbitzen and Prince, the two AM drivers, and the two drivers that are definitely on pace, the drivers that are the furthest away from the quickest driver in the car. So that's going to be a matter of using up drive time, making sure they maximise it. Behind that, you see Tim Heinemann now has closed right in on Boisson with the...
Is there a Ligier in between? Yeah.
The Ligier in between, who I don't know if he's actually
aware that Heinemann's there. He is now.
Heinemann's trying to do all three and nearly gets into the back of the Audi, the Inderbitzen-driven Audi. So yeah, that was that could have been pretty exciting. Now, I think I'm right in thinking that when we were at Paul Ricard, I was hearing from my good friend, or our good friend, Peter Mackay, was commentating there that as Inderbitzen had bought the final Audi R8 off of Audi, top sport competition, which is that car, and that's why it's such a significant car of the car that is obviously no longer in production, both as a road car and as a race car. But I heard a little birdie tell me that there's a new sports car coming out from Audi, which is going to be the basically a newer version of what we know as the R8, which will be very exciting if that happens, because every time the German manufacturers bring something out, whether it's an AMG GT or an M4 or obviously the 911, it's always a strong GT car.
And a little snippet I heard yesterday. Do you know who owns the very, very first R8 LMS off the line? Julian Thomas in the UK, who is Race Logic and Video VBox, as we know, so the data logging systems that we're so used to in race cars now over the last couple of decades or so. And he bought the very first one, the car that was presented at the Festival of Speed and up the hill, and said, yes, we are going GT3 racing from Audi. He's got the very first car, and in fact raced it in the support race at 24 Hour Spa only last weekend. Wow. So there we've got the first and last in line still, and still being used, which is a great thing.
Well, a little bit earlier, I was sitting with Ollie Bryant, who's obviously racing with ERA, and his father Graham, who's come out to visit. Both superstars in historic racing, as we know. Graham himself, a very, very good driver, and actually they did the Generations Trophy, which is the fabulous little series being promoted by Motor Racing Legends by Sean Lynn and his team, and they shared an MGB, as you can see now. Heinemann putting a little bit of pressure on Boisson. You would expect on driver pace alone that Heinemann's got the advantage. A spin for Chantal Prince. Now, is she coming back in, or is she being able to just get it going again? Hopefully it was a harmless spin. It looks like she's managed to get going and not lost too much time. Change
of position there. So Heinemann's got past Boisson, which is it looked like it was coming for a while, but Boisson no slouch in that Mercedes, and they're up against the back mark of the Müller Motorsport Porsche now. That's going to try and keep out away. That's actually going to play into a little bit of Heinemann's hand to give a little bit of a break there, because Boisson is tucking in behind there and gives Heinemann an opportunity to escape. Let's have a quick look at that replay. It's coming through the Mercedes arena. He goes in wide and deep and does the cut back through. Boisson just runs out a little bit wide, not necessarily offline, but just to take a sweep back. But you don't give Tim Heinemann, somebody like Tim Heinemann, an opportunity like that, and he'll just take it. So Boisson has now got past the Müller Motorsport Porsche and is setting off behind Heinemann, but that gap has opened out a little bit for him then. So given Heinemann a little bit of breathing space there. Job well done. and puts him up into second place. Now we've got one of the Porsches. No, that's the Haas M4.
Yeah, that's Nicholas Quellings, and we're going to get a code 60. Now, we've not...
From 9th overall.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot of fuel stops. Now, this creates a real conundrum. Most of the fuel stops...
That's the Michael Schumacher-esque by the look of it, Simon. Look like she's gone straight on there.
It does, yeah. I mean, I wonder if there was some sort of contact or maybe a failure of some sort. Maybe a tyre problem or something. Hopefully we'll get a replay in a moment and be able to get a better look.
If we do, we'll obviously explain that to our viewers and listeners. So, yeah, code 60, exactly as predicted, Simon. Almost immediately with 4 hours and 18 minutes of this part one of the race to go. It is a code 60. For those of you that are new to watching, listening, observing this type of Creventic racing or Michelin 24-hour series racing, a code 60 means it's a pink flag with a 60 on it. It means you slow down to 60k. So it's kind of like a virtual safety car, effectively. So all the cars maintain position. It's completely fair, equitable across the whole field, and you maintain your position. So nobody, a full safety car, you tuck up behind, and any gain you've got, you lose immediately. So this keeps everybody in the same positions, and a little chance to have a little bit of a respite and think and read the dash and look at some temperatures. But of course now in the pit, Simon, the strategists and the clever guys will be thinking now, what does this do? What does this mean? Can we take advantage of this code 60? And how can they take advantage of it in a teams like this?
So what they'll be thinking about is when you come in for a code 60, and that's a great explanation of what goes on there, Pete. They also are limited on the amount of fuel that you can take. You don't take 25% of the maximum that you're normally allowed. So whilst if you go back to your example of a safety car, usually under a safety car, if you stop for fuel, if it was, say, World Endurance Championship or IMSA, then you can still take on the maximum permitted fuel, assuming the pit lane is open.
Jordan Boisson obviously did that straight away, and it looks like he was from P3. He hasn't taken on tyres, I don't think, in that time, but it looks like he's taken on fuel.
No, and also the other Get Speed car has done the same thing. That's in the pits. I'm just looking to see if they're just...
So obviously this means that the cars that have left the pits and rejoined, they do not retake their positions. They rejoin the track wherever they do and maintain the 60 kilometers required for the code 60. It's self-explanatory, but you've got to be very disciplined about that. But teams taking advantage of that, and interesting to note there that Simon spotted not one but both Get Speed Mercedes managed to get their cars in. Of course, there is the Jordan Boisson in the number 28 in P3 in the Get Speed team PCX racing car, racing entry, my apologies, and the 286 in fourth, Steve Jans in the Get Speed team JR286, which is a European team that Get Speed are running for them here at this event. So the two are merged.
So that looks, unfortunately, like Nicholas Quellings is out of the car, obviously looking very dejected. Looks like he's okay, that's the most important thing, but clearly you can tell by his body language that it's not quite worked out the way they would hope on their debut with this new car. So we watch with interest to see how long this code 60 runs for. I would suggest that we're going to have a lot of people. Ayrton Redan is in as well. We saw...
sorry, Simon, just to interrupt, there was a little bit of replay there of the footage, sorry, just to relay to listeners and viewers. The front PU of that BMW, Haas BMW, is now being picked up and onto the tyres, so it has definitely made contact with the barriers, which is why that car's out. We weren't sure from the angle we could see, we couldn't see the front of the car. It has obviously made contact.
Yeah, understood.
And we're just going to throw down to Sarah in the pit lane.
With Yannick Redon of Redan Racing. I mean, good stint. There was a moment, a little bit shaky. Tell us what happened.
Yeah, it was a big moment. I overshot the corner a little bit and lost the rear, so we had lucky there, but yeah.
But a good first stint out there. Who's in the car now? Ayrton?
Ayrton, yeah, is in the car now, but for me personally, I didn't find it a very good stint. We lost 2 positions in the opening lap, and I could not fight with the guys I had, so I wish we could do a little bit better.
Why was that?
We're already struggling a little bit the whole weekend to find a good pace, and we hope that the long stints will be better, but for the moment now, I think when it's very hot, we are struggling a little bit with the car.
Is it more the tyres, or what part of the car? Is it the handling around this circuit in particular?
Yeah, it's also our first time that we go here at NÜRBURGRING, so I think it's a little bit tires, a little bit driving style also, so we need to work on that.
Well, I hope it gets better through the race. Good to chat with you, and we'll stay with the story as we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Zara Sedan in the pit lane there with Yannick Redant giving us a little update. But look at the amount of cars that are now queuing for refueling. It's almost like a sort of Saturday, Sunday lunchtime at your local supermarket, wherever it is you live in the world. Refueling is done outside of the pits. For those again that are new to this series, it is not done in the repits at the pit box. It's done on a separate area for safety, and then the cars go. So if you want to refuel and do drivers and tyre change, it's 2 separate stops. Effectively refuel first, always take on fuel, and then do the tyres. So the Code 60 is still continuing whilst they recover the Haas RT BMW, new to that team this weekend. Synonymous with Audi R8's LMS that we were just talking about in their Evo 2 evolution of that, but first time out in the BMW, so not quite sure what happened there. We just saw the end. In fact, we saw the car stopped up against the barriers. Oh, that's quite a heavy impact. I've just got eyes on it now, being picked up onto the flatbed to describe that. It's hardly surprising bits of the front have been taken onto the side of the tyre wall there, Simon, because that's a heavy impact, isn't it? So it almost suggests like a brake failure or something. The car's clearly just not turned that first part of the Schumacher S and gone straight on. So driver okay and out, that's the most important thing. Cars can be rebuilt, but when it's a brand new car, it's going to be heartbreaking, is it not? And also out of the race.
Exactly. And unfortunately, although they will get the car back to the garages, that's something that is great about this championship, is that they always do that. You can see there's a lot of track cleaning going on as well. There's a note on our timing screen explaining that there's some barrier repairs at turn 9, which obviously is where the accident happened, and then track cleaning. They're using the time on the fact that we heard Ben Constanduras when he was with us earlier saying that the circuit is going to get really in the 24 hours, which was the driver lineup. You see the 4 drivers plus Kyle Tilley, who's obviously the owner of Hero Motorsport. Kyle's here this week, and he had a little run in the Evo car in testing the other day. You can see just how much dirt and debris and detritus. That's a John Hindhaugh word, isn't it?
It is. It is very much a John Hindhaugh word.
I won't try and do Hindy's wonderful accent, but we all know how it sounds. So, yeah, but I love that word. I think he actually taught me what it meant. I commentated with him once many years ago, and he used that word. I was like, what's that mean? He told me. I was a bit worried it was something a little bit naughty, but clearly it wasn't.
It's Latin.
It was Latin, yes. I gathered that now. Tu brute? Cool, blimey. So, yeah, and a great explanation, a better explanation from Ollie than I could have ever given about the pluses and minuses of exactly where you are. Just seeing also Ayrton Redant in the Redant racing car in the fuel stop now. Been a driver change in the 286 car. Tanner Harvey now on board, and it looks like we're going to see a driver change here with the Redant car. Is that Ajit on board the car? I think it might be. Ajit Kumar jumping on board. So welcome to all the Ajit fans everywhere around the world tuning in to watch your man do his thing. It's a wonderful thing to see him part of this championship. I know he's thoroughly enjoying his racing. It's always a pleasure to hear what a wonderfully charming man he is as well. Every time he says hello to anyone or he's chatting to anyone or some of the other drivers, he's just a real gentleman. There is the sad sight of the BMW M4 being recovered, and let's hope for the team's sake there's a chance that they can maybe get something back.
Well, there's a second part of a race tomorrow, but it's a little bit academic as to whether that brand new to them car can be repaired in time. I suspect they probably won't want to rush that. Something like the Audi, they knew inside out, they could probably do, but that's got a lot of damage in it. I suspect that won't be taking part in anything tomorrow. In fact, it'd be almost futile to do that. Good bit of housekeeping here from our organisers, whether both sides, whether it be Creventic or from our race direction here at Nürburgring. Whilst we've got that opportunity, sad though it is that a car's out of the race with heavy damage. There's some barrier repairs, but as I need to call you John then, as Simon was talking about the detritus bit, as John was just talking about detritus in the form of Simon Hill, take that opportunity to clear the track, do some housekeeping at the same time, re-put up the floppies, the bollards, as we saw quite a few times at Ricard a few weeks ago, and general bit of housekeeping whilst we're under Code 60. You mentioned about driver stint times. Now, is this an opportunity to put in an AM driver that might be a different rate? Can you do that during a Code 60?
Yeah, you can.
You can be risky because it depends on how long that Code 60 is for. Yeah, exactly. Is it worth it?
Well, that's the good question, is how long is the Code 60 going to be? Now, it's pretty obvious. All the teams will have been seeing what we saw on the screen, which was a heavily damaged car and a very badly damaged barrier as a result. So they would therefore go, right, this is a good opportunity for us to maybe make a fuel stop, possibly change change tyres, maybe do a driver change, and we've seen all of those things go on. As to whether you would specifically put your amateur driver in under this case, I think that one is probably a little bit more of a difficult one to judge, as we see Sanero and Merriman running nose to tail, both trundling along at 60 Ks, as you can see.
Waiting to pounce.
Waiting to pounce. Got to say, just before we go down to Sarah, we were just looking at the car that was on the circuit just a moment ago. Oh dear, excuse me for my voice croaks at the wrong possible time. The MM Racing car of Mick Muirens. I saw that car on the grid earlier. What a wonderful livery. If you get a chance to have a proper look at that up close, it's absolutely beautiful. Anyway, enough about liveries. Let's find out what Sarah's got for us down in the pit lane.
With Martin at Milner Motorsport, I mean, pretty good start for you so far. How's it looking from your end in terms of hitting deltas?
It's quite good. So Martin did an amazing job on the start, and we are now leading the class still after the Code 60 pit stop we had so far. And it's an amazing battle because the AM cars are a little bit more into getting more fuel out of the fuel stop in the short amount of time. This is why we are battling against them so hard. And it's only 1.5 hours now in the race, and we have still so many more hours to go, and we will see what will happen.
Well, there's 2 days. The race is split across two. What's the strategy for today versus tomorrow?
So basically the strategy for today is to be one lap ahead all of each other's, because over the night the gap on track will be deleted, but the laps stay. So if I have only like 55 seconds in front of the next car, this will be deleted, but if I have more than one lap, this will stay for me for tomorrow also. And tomorrow will be like a 6-hour sprint race then.
Well, it definitely will. So it's all going to be about getting on top and staying on top. You're already on top right now. Tell me about how a Code 60 impacts strategy as well.
So I'm sure there are different opportunities among the paddock here about Code 60 refueling, and I did now one which I normally wouldn't have done, but I was exactly in the window to get those 17 liters which I'm allowed to get, and I saw I would not lose any track position and I would gain a little bit of an advantage, but in my opinion there is one Code 60 not to take during those 12 hours every time, and this is the difference which I can make on the end of the result.
And you're talking about the fuel allocation. We spoke earlier on in the week, ahead of the weekend, and you were looking for a driver, specifically obviously a bronze driver. Tell me how that plays into the fuel allocation.
So if I have a full AM car, so only with bronze drivers, they can have 44 liters of fuel under Code 60, and they got the fuel flow, so 100% of fuel flow, which means faster refueling, more refueling under Code 60. We can extend the sprint very much longer and have a bigger advantage than on this specific car.
Well, it started well. Good luck for the rest of the race. Are we going to see you go around the Nordschleife at some point this weekend?
I was yesterday evening.
Oh, tell me more.
It was a nice ride. So to be honest, I'm here now since many decades, and it was the first time for me to ride on Nordschleife, and I had some girls out of the Currenti crew in my car, and we enjoyed it very much.
Well, that sounds wonderful. I'll have to hit you up before we head home. Anyway,
one of my ticket left, so I can go for another one.
Oh, wonderful. Well, lovely to chat with you, Martin. Thank you so much, and hopefully we'll get racing back underway very, very soon.
Thank you.
Well, I think down at Milner Motorsport, timing's everything in endurance racing, as we know, Simon, but they're obviously on a different time scale to us, because saying an hour and a half for the race gone, we're actually just 2 hours in already, so need a little bit of a reset of their watch there, just to make sure they've got the right time.
I think maybe, unfortunately, we were frustratingly, the microphone was cutting out a little bit when Martin was giving some really interesting information as well, so we were kind of missing little bits of it. So I think it was possibly a little bit lost us because of the cutout. I think he was saying when they stopped it was an hour and a half to go. I think, as understood, saying there is an hour and a half to go. Now the other point that he made there, which was fascinating, was talking about the advantage of running an AM car. Now, as we know, in the 992 category that they focus on, a 992 AM car and a 992. So there's no pro category per se. It's just not an AM, if that makes sense. But the AM car has the ability to take on a higher fuel flow during stops, which is one of the advantages of running it in that configuration. So that's clearly what you're going to be doing, and it's the same in the GT3s. You have different fuel flows based on what's going on. A decent crowd here today, which is great. You know, GT racing, obviously, because of the NLS series and the NÜRBURGRING N24, is wonderfly popular here. It has been for many, many years, and I was lucky enough to come here for the NÜRBURGRING 24-hour. When was it? Last month before? May, wasn't it?
May, yes.
Not as warm as it is today. That was the first thing. It did actually snow at the end of the first qualifying session. And unfortunately, the only snow we've got this weekend is the bloke sitting next to me. So that's all right. It's much warmer, a lot cuddlier, definitely.
Definitely these days. You're very kind. Thanks for highlighting that.
That's all right.
Yeah.
All of my race suits to shrunk snow.
I know, same. Yeah.
Anyway, so
perfect face for radio.
We carry on with the Code 60. Go back to your point earlier, which is there an advantage of putting an AM driver in to effectively use their time up? Potentially, yes. I think the drivers that are, when this Code 60 started, and it's obviously been some time now, the drivers that were in the car at the beginning that were the AM drivers, that's really where the advantages are. And I can see at least 4 or 5 cars that would apply to. So that's really going to be where it starts to play out. I'm constantly interested there. Thumbs up to the driver in front. Now, I don't know whether that was a sarcastic thumbs up, as in that maybe he's done something that he's not happy with, or I think it is a bit of a sarcastic thumbs up. So that looks like the Mullen-Bear, I nearly called it, because it says Mullen-Bear sponsorship on the back there. Other funky clothing companies are available, obviously. But it's important.
What would you know about funky clothing companies?
Pull-and-Bear jacket, actually. It's a very cool one, thank you. Anyway, so Moore Motorsport, the leader, that's Conrad Laveau on board. And it looks to me like Dressler is getting frustrated with him. And I don't really know why, to be perfectly honest, because at the end of the day, a Code 60 is what it is. And it doesn't matter what car you're in, you're all driving at 60 Ks. So where it would be more of a problem is in this case if Dressler gets held up when the track goes green again. Now that clearly doesn't look like going to happen for a little while yet, based on the amount of work that's going and the fact that you've got a heavy vehicle there with a crane on the side doing the work for us. But maybe Dressler's just getting frustrated now. I guess from his perspective, the only reason you could maybe argue that that's a bit of an issue is perhaps it's just cars getting hot, in which case pull out of the slipstream and just keep the car cool.
Exactly, get some airflow through it. Porsches are known for that. I raced one of these nearly 20 years ago, to 2007, different generation type car there, more of a Carrera Cup car, but in the second year of GT3 racing, can you believe that? And we had an issue at Silverton, exactly that, sitting behind the safety car, and I had the temperature go off the scale and pitted the car, and the team owner, who you all know, Phil Hindley, just said, you didn't need to, you weren't to know, we should have told you. He said, but they cavitate, they get an airlock, and if you don't keep the revs up enough behind the safety car, he said, it'll turn the temperature sender unit off the scale. The engine isn't. He said, but you saved an engine, you did the right thing. It's round one. Don't worry about it. You live and learn. But the point there was, as you say, pull out of the slipstream with the car in front, albeit it's not much of a slipstream at this pace, but sitting right behind it, you're blocking the air going through the rads on that car behind, Dressler is, and also potentially go down to a lower gear and let the revs get through and get the thing pumping. We're going to go down to Sarah for an update.
Well, you just told me you've just about picked your tongue up off the floor after your first stint. Tell me what you mean by that and how it's feeling inside the car.
Well, it's a 12-hour race, so it's a lot of responsibility to start the car, and unfortunately we didn't start in our qualifying position. So staying out of trouble can be quite nerve-wracking. You can tense the body quite a lot. So we didn't have the cleanest of starts. It wasn't by far my best start in my career. So I apologize to my teammates and to my team for that. But we managed to stay for the most of it out of trouble. We are still in the race, so yeah, it's because of that.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned about the starting position. Can you tell us what happened there?
Unfortunately, we had a small homologation misunderstanding. So after qualifying scrutineering, the stewards deemed that we should get penalized, and we got penalized basically. And
it's definitely it's an endurance race. Tell us how that changes sort of the mindset. Obviously, it hasn't gone to the start that you particularly had in mind, but there's still 10 hours to go.
Yeah, there's still 10 hours to go. I got 2 rapid teammates, or 3 rapid teammates to be precise, and our car is on rails. We don't want any damage because we're really comfortable with our setup. We know we can go all the way, and like we saw in Paul Ricard, the race got decided in the last 22 minutes by the last Code 60, so we have to be all the way there until the end, and that's what our plan is.
And it's a massive team effort, car effort. Obviously, you've got to make sure the car's reliable all the way to the end. The Code 60 happening now, what do you get up to in terms of a driver? I saw you were sitting here with one of your mechanics. What are you looking at on the screen?
Well, strategy is always changing. Apparently the barrier damage has been quite substantial, so that code 60 is somewhat longer than we expected. It obviously affects fuel consumption, tire strategy, driver change strategy. So this is something, or in endurance racing, especially after a 6 hours or a 12-hour race, it's impossible to stick to the original strategy. Things are going to happen. The leader is just passing in front of us right now. I don't know if that's planned or not, so we have to see how the race goes.
Well, thank you so much, Miguel Garcia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Code 60 ending in under 1 minute.
And interestingly, our race leader in the pits at that exact moment as that's about to happen. Now, I'm just looking to see whether they're in getting fuel or whether they are just doing tyres. Can't quite see at the moment. This pair of cars that we see on circuit running 7th and 8th. So when the green goes, they will be racing hard. So I would suggest that we're just hearing from Sarah that the Konstantin Drechsler car was went straight through, which would suggest he's come in for fuel and then gone back out again. Looking at the stop, 40 seconds. Yeah, maybe. Well, actually it says stop 40 seconds, pit only 28. So they wouldn't have taken 12 seconds of fuel on, would they? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So let's go racing. Dwight Merriman right up the inside of Antonio Sinera already. So the era Ferrari and the E2P Racing Aston having a nice little scrap straight away from the off. I think Dwight will have been coached by Ryan Diel to be ready to go, and he's obviously got on it now. We're already seeing a yellow flag on our screen at turn 17. So has somebody already had a bit of a drama or had a problem or maybe a mechanical issue? So we'll have to watch with interest. That's now gone off of our screen, so hopefully whatever it is that's gone on there as we watch once again the very distinctive purple and white Aero Motorsport Ferrari. Dwight, of course, a former winner at Daytona in the 24-hour race with Aero Motorsport in the LMP2 category alongside Ryan Diel and also Kyle Tilley. Very much part, or really intrinsic part of the Aero Motorsport setup. Very, very busy team. Not only are they running, of course, the Ferraris in this championship, but also we're at IMSA last weekend at Watkins Glen, took a podium in LMP2 there. And of course a lot of historic racing as well. It's historic racing season. Next weekend they're going to be running cars at Goodwood Festival of Speed. One of their drivers this weekend, Jake, is going to be driving a magnificent car up the hill at Goodwood. It's going to be driving an ex-Steve Millen, a Nissan 300 ZX IMSA car, GTO car.
I shall be sure to interview him.
And interestingly, in the same category in the shootout is going to be Ollie Bryan in the Ford Mustang. So we're just hearing a little bit of inside info from Sarah that was literally almost like a drive-through that Drechsler did there. He went in, they were going to make a driver change. They decided at the last minute not to, and they just drove in and drove back out. So what does that mean? It means that Drechsler currently leads Tim Heinemann by just over 40 seconds. And then behind that, Boisson is on the back of Tim Heinemann. The gap then goes back a little bit to Tanner Harvey in the second of the Get Speed Mercedes, ahead of Ajit Kumar, Adam Konopka, Antonio Sonora, Dwight Merriman, Ernst Inderbitzen, and then the first of the 992s, which is Conrad Laveau in the Milner Motorsport, that's rounding out the top 10. So all to play for still, as we're seeing just over, we're getting to sort of just over the 3:48 mark left. As we look at Heinemann now, his drive time now is just over 2 hours and 5 minutes, which would suggest that they're using up his drive time today. He's got another 25 minutes that he can do, a maximum 2.5 hours drive time. So that would suggest that they're going to do about another dozen laps. Maybe that runs to a second fuel stop, and that gives them perfect timing to put one of their other drivers in, with Heinemann very much being their pro in this particular lineup.
And that's where the spotters and parts of the other members of the team, strategists, all work together. When they have an incident like that with the 21 Haas car going off, it'll be spotted very quickly, have an assessment of how long might it be. If it's just a simple code 60 for a few laps, it's not worth the pit stop and the loss of time to put your slower driver of your selection in the car and use their drive time up. However, when you see that there's a fairly big impact there and there's clearly going to be barrier repairs and track cleaning, you know it's going to be north of 10-15 minutes. Once you get to that window, I would suspect that's the time to pop a car in and say, and put your driver in and use up 20, 30, 40, 35 minutes, whatever, of that drive time.
A big drama for our
front right tyre gone.
That is Jordan Boisson and Gatsby car. That looks like contact.
Oh, no, it's just locked solid. The wheel is a contact on the S. Yeah. You're absolutely right, Sam. There's contact, and the headlamp's missing on the front right, so that's collected something. We will hopefully have the benefit of a replay from our producers very shortly, which we can then explain to you exactly what's happened. But indeed, well spotted, Simon. Drama for the BMW.
We're all doing it.
We're all doing it, mate. It's an epidemic of it.
Just say it's the German car.
The German brand, exactly. The Mercedes. It says AMG right across the front. I'm not allowed to talk to the pictures, but it's got a big AMG down the front. You think I'd know better, wouldn't you?
So we've got to find out at some point if we can hopefully get a replay, if we can see that.
I'm suspecting suspension damage, not just the tyre they were locked up. You say there's impact. Look at the smoke coming out from the diffuser at the back there, and it's totally locked up. That wheel is absolutely not rotating one iota. And where is he on the circuit? How far back has he got to come?
He's around. Well, let's have a look on the drive.
I think he's got to the Schumacher S.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Show number. Looking for, what are we looking for? Number 2. Where are we? The number 28 car, isn't it? So 28 is. Where's he gone? Can't find. Yes, he's just coming.
So coming up the Schumacher S.
10, yeah, so he's up to turn 10. So he's about halfway, just over halfway round the lap. Now, question is, if from their perspective, they're going to hope that all that's happened is that they can replace the front bodywork, they can change obviously the front section, they can then put a new wheel and tyre on it, and hopefully that will be sufficient to get them back out and get them racing, and they won't have lost as much time as we see the 925 in now. We have Sarah has caught up with one of the team from GetSpeed.
Just giving a little bit of an update. Bit of a rush to get the tyres out then, but they've managed to change them, and they're just having a look at this one here, but they managed to get it in. I'm actually not with GetSpeed. I am with the Van Berlo car, part of CP Motorsport, but that was the pit that just happened then. We're waiting for GetSpeed to come in. The mechanics are out here ready, and I'll let you know what's happened on the front of that car as soon as the car is back.
Yeah, and one of the cars, I mean, our pole position car, and one of the cars that's consistently in the mix. Now, hopefully, we've got a replay now and give us a chance of seeing what's going on. See if this actually happened during the code 60. So there is Boisson behind the Porsche of what would have been. Oh, now he gets hit from behind.
Oh my word!
He's been hit from behind to turn that. Well, actually, in fairness, either something broke on the car, which I would suggest is not the case, because that would have been the left-hand side of the car that would have broken, or he's been hit from behind. Just looking to see if there's any damage on the rear diffuser or splitter. But that's what turned the car around. So it wasn't anything that Boisson was doing particularly. The only thing is we saw him jiggling around, whether he maybe moved across on a car that was behind him, but behind code 60, that should never have been an issue. As we just see, I think that was the Ligier just coming out the fuel area as well. But the question is going to be, I would suggest this car will go up on the dollies, be spun round and put into the pit garage straight away.
So that explains the damage to the front right. It's contact with the barrier on the pit exit, where it's been turned and hit the wall really hard, which is obviously see the bodywork's that's around that tyre. We can see it in the pit lane now. So let's just explain that for you. So it's not just, it can't even get that wheel off now, because it's got to have the jacks underneath it, which they can't do because the car won't go up on the jacks high enough, and they can just get a trolley underneath it. But there is bodywork from the front right of that car wrapped around the front right wheel. That will have automatically, the car will be rotated round. And mechanics working hard there. They've got the front left wheel off already, and he's holding it in one hand and pushing the car with the other. It's a bit of a gym workout for that mechanic there, isn't it? Well, with the car straight back into the garage immediately, no questions about it. I am sure Zara will get herself down to the GetSpeed garage. So this is the GetSpeed PCX entry.
28 car, isn't it?
And the bodywork doesn't look that bad, Simon. We've just got a cameraman close in there, but it's the inner wheel arch and all that, all the lining that's got wrapped around the wheel and the tyre, because the headlamp's gone. So I know that's in there hanging, or whether it's gone, it will need to have that refitted at some point.
So you see what they're obviously going to do is they're going to remove the bodywork that's broken, remove the wheel liner. I think they can probably run without the wheel line. I don't think they have to run it. It's an advantage if it's there. I'm not quite sure. I don't know enough about the requirements from a Mercedes perspective of whether they will do. But what is absolutely definite is that front fairing will have to be changed. They will obviously replace as much of the bodywork as they can. But I think when they're actually in that position, we'll just have to watch to see how quickly they can turn that around. Now, at the moment,
so I think we're just going to get the replay in a moment from a different angle, which may see what caused the 28 get speed to turn to.
Can you check the onboards?
So here we go. We're looking at the restart here as the lights go green. Now, I think what's happened is someone behind has anticipated, has got on the gas, and obviously Boisson won't have reacted as quickly, and has got clouted from behind, and that's what's turned the car. That's without seeing the full picture, that would be a reasonable suggestion as to where that may have happened. Now, hard to say I can't remember who they were running with, because you're under code 60. It's all a little bit out of sequence, isn't it? So, not sure which car that may have been, but I'm going to watch with interest to see if there's any penalties come up or any. You would suggest certainly that race control will be looking into it, if nothing else.
Well, they'll certainly be investigating. You're absolutely right. One bit of good news, always look at the silver lining on this, is that the front PU, it's one big unit there with the splitter and the grille separate within that, but the aperture's there. But the bonnet was opened cleanly, i.e. the catches and the bonnet are all straight. So what I'm saying is the damage is to the left-hand side of the, or the right-hand side of that car, not the actual frontal impact. So that will come off too. Hopefully, once that front unit is off and replaced, it's not easy to come off because there's damage behind, and this is always the problem. There are so much collateral damage behind with carbon intakes and vents and ducts and all sort, that you think it's a little tap at the front. And Simon, you and I have both raced, and we've done things like that where we'll use the famous phrase, it'll polish out. And then your technicians look at you, and it's a look that you just know is withering. Yeah. Well, you think that, mate. So tell you what, if you think it will polish out, then good luck to you. The new front is prepared. I mentioned about the headlight needing to be replaced. Well, they haven't. They blanked it off. So this get-speed Mercedes is going to become a Cyclops when it rejoins the track. So I'm guessing, because it's rules, you need to have one working light, don't you? You've got to have one full working light.
I'm not.
Yes, front and rear. Yes.
Familiar with the
you do
on lights, but
must have. So basically, if it's got something like a 296 Ferrari where the rear clip is the whole back end of the car, if that joint electrical connection breaks and you've got no rear lights, you must box to have that repaired. And you can even literally strap an LED torch or strip on so you've got light to save time. But you've got to have one front and rear working light as a minimum.
Okay, so that could be significant for tomorrow, because according to some people who know a lot more about these things than me, but the locals are suggesting there could be some rain tomorrow. So if that is the case, obviously you have to run with some sort of lights on in the wet, and that obviously, if they weren't running correctly, that could be a problem. You've seen the second place car of Jonathan Kearney, one that was originally being driven by James Kellett, running very quickly, and that is, where are we now? Where are they running at the moment? They were running in second place overall in the 992 class and leading the AM class. So the car that they were up behind was Tracy Crone on board the RPM car, which currently sits 7th in both overall and AM. 5th in AM and 7th overall. We saw the Ligier, the not only racing, and we heard, interestingly, we asked the question, what else do you do apart from not only racing? And apparently it's to do with, they do a development program for young drivers and also for other team members, so technicians, engineers, tyre people, all this kind of stuff, which is a great opportunity to do that. Our race leader in GT4, lovely livery. Isn't that a great livery for Martin Crowley? Hoffer Racing by Bonk Motorsport. So Hoffer Racing, we know, a mainstay of the NÜRBURGRING as well. So they race here regularly in the NLS series in various different categories. But a palm tree on the side of a BMW, that's a strong look. Works very well for me.
What's not to like, eh?
What's not to like, indeed. Club Tropicana, drinks are free, etc. And there you go.
We're going back to the sponsorship days of. I used to have a sponsor called Hawaiian Tropic. We'll just leave it at that, shall we?
You know, I was only discussing with my daughter the other day about the Hawaiian Tropic promotional tactics that they use in Le Mans.
Yes.
I'm not going to say any more than that, but my daughter Ellie has been in the past a grid girl for a certain Jake Hill. So I had a brother and
I will add only one thing, that it was distracting enough as a driver, never mind anybody else.
Yes.
So I'll just leave it at that, shall we? So the front end of that Mercedes, the GetSpeed car, this is the 28, that had the issue under the safety car restart, thereabouts. I think it was very close to the restart, but that has now had the front end removed, and of course we're just being treated very kindly to a very close camera shot in the pit lane, which I can describe to you as we do. And there's two things I love about race teams here in terms of detail, Simon. We've got spanners and torque wrenches and all sorts in there. There's a radiator behind that needs to be replaced as well, so it's not just a bit of bodywork, it's moved something else while they're doing that. We mentioned about the headlight being in position, what the regulations were. Initially, that new front came out with a black duct tape over it and covering it up. For the sake of making things look right, whilst the mechanic that's doing the radiator is leaning at the front, another mechanic technician is to the right-hand side, placing carefully cut silver foil in the shape of the headlamp onto that black, so it looks and reads like a headlamp on TV. I love the detail.
That's the level of professionalism.
Absolutely.
With a team like GetSpeed, they are absolutely some of the very best in the business at what they do. They're always, wherever we run in this championship, we always see them at the sharp end of the grid. They've got some absolutely blistering talent in Benjamin Pack as a young driver that I think very soon will be a factory driver. He's that good.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a stronger driver than his grading suggests in that team. 100%.
He's a goal.
Talking about the sharp end of the grid there, Simon, we haven't just done a run through the top since the safety car. Really been talking about the GetSpeed car in the pit lane. Well, the other GetSpeed car, the team JR286 with Tanner Harvey at the wheel, is currently in P3. Right ahead of him is the Up 2 race, which is new to this series this weekend. Tim Heinemann at the wheel of that Porsche 911 GT3R, but just in front of him, some 8.7 seconds of the road and 62 laps on the board is Konstantin Dresler in the Proton competition Porsche. So Porsche, Mercedes. Fourth place is Adam Knoppe in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan, and Ajith Kumar is at the wheel of the Ajith Redant Mercedes AMG GT3 in fifth place.
Yeah, so that battle for the lead is starting to get quite interesting. It's coming down because Heinemann is the pro, as we know, in that Up 2 race car, and he is lapping around about just over 1.4 seconds quicker than the race leader Konstantin Dresler that we see on our screen at the moment. As we know, Dresler is probably the third quickest of the four drivers that's in that car. York Drysdale is the AM, then Dresler, and then your semi-pro is Manuel Lauk, and of course the pro is Joe Stern, who we saw on board earlier. Interesting here, Stern, when he was interviewed, saying that we just didn't have the pace, so we went into fuel-safe mode very early on. That is the level of knowledge and experience of how this championship works. That's why they won the championship last year, is that they were able to very quickly work out what's the best strategy for that particular event, you know, whether it's a fuel save or a push or whatever it may be. So Dresler, I would suggest, is going to be looking at a stop in the next sort of maybe 10 minutes or so. He's just sniff under an hour in the car now. Heinemann is definitely stopping in the next 10 minutes because he's done 2 hours 19, nearly 2 hours 20 in that car, and the maximum drive time is 2.5 hours, so he's only got 10 minutes left, which is around about 5 laps as the Asbest Seat gets lapped by Dresler. And looking down in the order where are they running at the moment, we've got 3 Asbest racing cars here. We've got a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, a Cooper TCR, and a Seat Leon Cup racer. So interesting to see that we've got that nice mixture of different cars, just the sole GT4 entry, and obviously the 2 GTX cars that we know a little bit earlier about before. So Dresler, you can see there Heinemann in the background is starting to close down, and the Pellin Ferrari just ahead of that. That's a little bit further down because, as we saw earlier when Lisa Clark was on board that car, didn't have the best start to the race and was tumbling down the order a little bit, so it's a bit of a recovery plan, as it were. Massimo Perina on board that car now, currently sitting 18th and 12th in the GT3 category, so a little bit of work to do for that team. Pelin obviously dive in and out of this championship, in a minute, quite a few times in the past, already earlier this year, but not doing every round this season. I think Lisa is also focusing very much on the Ferrari Challenge. That's an area that she's very competitive in when she runs in that category, as you see Heinemann now, not wanting to lose too much time behind the very distinctive Golf-esque livery. I don't think it's sponsored by Golf. I think they've just got a livery that very much looks like that famous Golf livery that we know from all kinds of sports car racing over the years. Probably most famously, in my opinion, the 917s of the 1970-1971 period.
Some of the potentially most dangerous cars ever made. Do you know how, just a little aside here, to go on to that one for a minute, we won't go down a rabbit hole, but do you know how much the chassis, or the space frame chassis of a Porsche 917 weighed?
Yep.
You're sitting down, aren't you?
Yeah.
45 kilos.
It's a massive tubes, isn't it?
Exactly.
And, it's the great story I heard was from Frank Gardner, who was not personally from Frank Gardner, but Frank Gardner in his book talked about how he did a lot of the testing for Porsche on the Nordschleife, and the tubing was pressurized with gas in there to keep it as rigid as possible.
Keep it stable.
And the engineer apparently said, so Frank, if you have a problem and the gauge drops, the pressure drops, means the tube has cracked, you must drive back to the pit lane mid-care. And Frank in his Australian accent said, if the pressure drops, mate, I'm not driving it anything.
Exactly.
Exactly
so, yeah.
There's your still before you talk. Doesn't look quite as pretty when you see it like that, does it?
Not really, no. But so my suggestion that the bonnet clips are okay is obviously slightly wider than mark, because they're taping the bonnet down to make sure it's there. But it is being wheeled out. It is the car we are talking about. It's the number 28 car, the Get Speed Mercedes, that had that little incident behind the safety car, which dropped them right down the order. In fact, they were running, they were second, were they not second or third?
They were second, yeah.
Second, yeah.
So 26 overall now, and 14th. So last of the runners, the only car that was 15 that started, the BMW, of course, is out. We know about that. So let's just see if they've taken this opportunity to do a driver change as well. It's a difficult one, because in one respect you'd maybe want to put your quickest driver in, because you've now got a lot of work to do to try and make some time up. But on the other hand, they may be now going into survival mode. Obviously they're very much in the fight to win the championship this year, so you would suggest that the most important thing for them is to get out there and get some solid points. So it is their AM driver that's on board now, Patrick Charlet, who's taken over the car. So this is an interesting way of basically applying the tactics after a really frustrating situation for them. So now,
I think that's a really smart move, Simon.
Yeah, they're currently 8 laps down, so that's a really difficult thing to fight back from. So let's see if we can get a bit of an update from the team down at Get Speed with Sarah.
Mick, very disappointing there. Tell us what happened in terms of on track.
Yeah, it was just at the end of the code 60 zone. It was called green flag, and we all have cold tires at that point. So Georgian just lost the car because he had a quicker launch than the Bosch in front, and he tried to overtake him and just lost the car in the barrier. So we had to stop for repairs. I'm not sure how many laps we lost, but yeah, now it's pretty much the end for us for the podium, but we'll try to score some points.
Tell me what repairs were going on. It looked a bit more extensive than first when we saw the car come back.
Yeah, so the full front bumper splitter, some suspension parts, the right front light is not there anymore. We're not driving in the night, so that's not an issue. The guy did a super job, but obviously we lost a lot of time.
You mentioned obviously you're not driving through the night. It's 6 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow. First question for you, what sort of rules do you have to stick to in terms of repairs? So obviously you need lights through the night, but that's okay because we're through the day. Anything else?
No, as long as nothing's flying off the car, we can run now. Obviously we can't do more repair overnight because it's parc fermé for everyone. So that's not ideal, but it's the same for everyone. So yeah, we'll just keep driving and see where we end up.
And the other benefit is the split race, I guess, because today has a slightly different strategy to tomorrow. Tell us what changes in terms of the plans for you now.
So we'll try to get the bronze drive time done today. I think Jordan's gonna still have to drive tomorrow. Probably Patrick will be done by the end of this race on today. Now we just have to see how is the car, obviously. If we stop for more repair or if we just keep going like this, because as I said, after the checkered flag today, it's parc fermé for everyone.
And you say maybe maybe stop for more repair. Tell me really quickly, do you think there needs to be more done?
No, if there's no vibration and everything is like solid, should be fine. Obviously setup might be a bit off now, but...
Well, thank you so much, Mick. I hope it gets better throughout the race. Thank you.
Very much.
Back on circuit, back into green flag conditions and back racing with a slightly changed story since I had my lunch. Amazing what things can change in the space of around an hour. Different strategies now to try and decipher as we've got different cars on different pit stops under those last 2 code 60s. Well, actually the second one wasn't in the end a code 60, was it, with the Mercedes coming round into the box. The team have done a good job though, Snowy, to get that car back out onto circuit, despite the fact that obviously a decent chunk of damage to the right front corner of the Get Speed car, but has rather stunted their progress. I presume the Santalok Junior team car is in the position that it's in because of driver rotation rather than anything untoward, because obviously that car under the Pierre Caffa at the very sharp end of the field, but now sits down in 22nd position. Was there any dramas that I missed there, Snowy?
No, not in particular on that one. Obviously up at the front with the Get Speed was a little bit interesting, and still haven't really got to the bottom of how that car ended up right in the barriers just after or clipping the barrier at exactly the wrong part of the circuit to then lock the front right wheel and drive it literally pit lane exit effectively. Simon had the theory that it had been tapped from behind. I'm not convinced. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just not convinced that did happen. It's almost as if it was just when the safety car went to green and he was weaving. It's almost as if he's floored it and the car's just snapped right.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not suggesting that... So it was Benji Pack at the wheel, wasn't it? I'm not suggesting he's done anything...
No, Jordan Boisson.
Jordan Boisson, my apologies. Certainly not Benji. Sorry about that, Benji. I was just trying to get your mention, mate. So I'm not suggesting that Jordan Boisson's done anything wrong there, but I just wonder if something quirky happened in the traction control or something. It suddenly appears to, as he's putting gentle weaving, nothing mad about it, as he's weaving to the right, on the right-hand stroke of that, it just flicks right and goes into the barrier. I didn't sense there was any impact from the rear, but we haven't seen a different shot of it yet. We've only seen in-car footage, which we've tried to explain as best as we can from the angle that we've been given. But unfortunately, the car then hit the barriers hard on the right-hand side of the track, front right wheel, just at the end of the pit lane. So he's got to do a whole lap round to get it back with that wheel stricken and solid. Hence the now 8 laps down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we covered off obviously the BMW and the Mercedes, and then the next furthest down GT3 car is that Santalok Junior team Audi, but I'm presuming that's because during the code 60 they put in Michael Doppelmayr. Let's see if I can find them on my timing screen. And that's a sensible thing, because of course during the code 60 you really want to use your AM driver time up when they are not being affected by green flag running. So we saw ERA do that with Dwight Merriman, but why can't I find the 81 on my timing screen? It's disappeared.
It's 8th on the screen. P8.
Okay, so the reason why... Oh, that's interesting. The reason why they've Santalok are that far down is they didn't pit under the last code 60 and then have pitted under green flag conditions, possibly in reaction to the Mercedes, and got Michael Doppelmayr in. Short pit stop, just 3 minutes and 30 seconds, but not only have they not reacted to the code 60, but they then have done a green flag stop and put Doppelmayr in. So that's why they're as far down as they are. And it has rather left a bit of a gap at the top of the field, with Konstantin Dressler having done 2 short stops under code 60, leading, but probably not with much fuel. And then Tanner Harvey taking up the 88 up to race Porsche, and he's 16 laps into that car's stint. Sorry, what am I talking about? Tanner Harvey is in the 286, which is second, and they reacted twice under code 60. So it has really jumbled up the field, hasn't it? Tim Heinemann, by the way, just come into the pits, and he is not done very much in the fuel, actually. He's gone straight to pit lane. So that has pulled them out of that leading battle as well. So Konstantin Dressler clear at the head of the field. Sarah Esser is in the pits for us, and she's down at Santalok Junior team.
Yes, I am, Stefan Tribordini. I mean, we saw you tumble down the leaderboard a little bit. Can you tell me what's going on, or what's the strategy?
Yes, we start with Pierre to do the first stint. It was a very good battle with all the pro driver behind the wheel. Really nice to see. After we have Ernst, the second driver, who took the wheel, and now it's Michael. So the strategy is to try to stay not too far tonight after the first part of the race, and tomorrow to fight more and to come back a bit on the field and to try to win maybe tomorrow. For sure it will be tough, but we'll do our best, and I'm completely confident with my teammate to do the good job. At least to finish the race with no crash or no big problem, no penalty. And let's see tomorrow to fight to come back.
Well, you were sitting third in the championship coming into the weekend. You took a win in Mugello. What are some of the learnings that you've taken through this championship so far, whether it's strategy for the car?
Yeah, for sure on that championship with a lot of, it's a very long race, it's every time 12 hours, sometimes 24 hours. So you need to avoid maximum the stupid mistake, the penalty, quite easy. Also to optimize the driving time, to optimize the fuel also. And for sure when you are in the car, when the pro are in the car, the goal is to push really hard all the lap. Because it's a long race, and we need every second, because on other championship you have sometimes a safety car and you can come back on the lap. On that championship it's interesting because all the time you lose on the track, you never come back. So you have to come back only on the track by pushing hard. You have no help from safety car, only code 60, but code 60 is the same for everybody. You cannot gain time. So for sure it's optimized every time the strategy and the lap time when you are behind the wheel.
Well, you've just said the dreaded words, code 60. We've just gone to another code 60 now. I want to ask you about the variations of tracks through the series, the Creventic European Series. This is the first time here at the Nürburgring. Tell us about some of the characteristics that are a bit different and how fun it is to, drive the different tracks.
For sure, it's always interesting to change the layout. The Nürburgring is a really interesting track. Quite some elevation also, so it's always interesting when you have some different corner, when you can go downhill, uphill. It changes a lot the balance of the car. It's interesting. You have also some really nice corner here. For example, the S Schumacher. It's really fast, really challenging. Sometimes you go at Le Castellet, for example. The Castellet, it's really more flat, quite large and flat. Here on this track you have some part really wide, like the first corner, and some part really more narrow. So normally on the track it's quite almost the same wide everywhere on the track, but on that specific track you can have really different wide. So it's also interesting to play with it and to maximize every time the potential of every corner.
Well, thank you so much, Stefan. Just one other thing behind us. If you have a look, you can see the difference in all the different seats that the drivers have, but we'll come back to that a little bit later on. Back to you in the commentary box.
Yeah, it's the MM Racing of Mick Murrins, who has made contact with the barrier at turn number 10. That's the reason for the code 60. Lots of cars in pit lane, lots of cars reacting to get fuel. There isn't a queue yet, but it is very, very busy down in the fuel bays. And actually, they've managed to tow the Merriman's car, which is in the 992 category, out of the barrier. It may just be a very light touch and therefore shouldn't be too much of a problem, but you can see how congested the pit area is getting with all of these various cars. And there is our leader. Is there going to be space for the leader to find a place to fuel? Yes, there is. Luckily, it just felt like there might not be enough, but he may have just got literally.
Welcome to the 12 hours of the Nürburgring. We are set and almost ready to go for 12 hours of racing. In this very case, it is split up into 2 6-hour sessions. And today we will look at the first 6 hours of this fantastic race, which I'm sure will be exactly that. After the Nürburgring, there is one more race coming up, which is the Barcelona 24-hour race. And that is going to be the championship deciding weekend. So every single point that is being done here at the Nürburgring counts and is very, very important because championship standings are still very close. If we look over to the left, if you watch us on a live stream and if you listen, you can imagine I'm standing next to the winner trophy, which is fantastic. It is big. It is exactly what all of these drivers here want to take home. And of course, we have the beautiful Bomberg watches, which no one is going to take them home just yet because this is only for championship winners at the end of the season. But of course, as a little taste, we get to see the watches here. Now, the cars have already arrived to the grid, and of course, we have to start with P1, which is the Get Speed car. Right behind me, right now on the right, it is a Mercedes AMG. And let me see if I can find one of the drivers. Benjamin, come on over here.